Okay, we're starting stream. We're going to check the studio. Live stream. See if we're connecting. Everyone else, give us your feedback. Okay, dear Aristides, we are live. We are live streaming at the moment, so let's go to the call, and we're going to do a screen share. Let's see, screen share. Okay, screen share not allowed because that's in the other call, I think. Right? Let me see if I can figure this out again. Here we are. I pressed the share button. Here we go. So this is, it actually shows the call. Okay, great. So what we do is we go up to infinite call. Here we are. Join DDD infinite call here, thanks to your changing the title to make it more palatable, and we go to meet now.
No, you go to the little pull down.
Oh, the little pull down. Okay. Shit. Did I do something wrong? Okay. The oh fuck. Oh no. He's on hold. God damn it. Okay. Do the little pull down. Shit. Here we are. Okay. Did I do something? Okay, then what do? We shut off the call and start all over again. Let's see now. Right? Are you on? Okay. We cut that off and then we start again. Okay, Aristides, hold that down the phone. Right, here we are. Okay, sorry to put everybody through this. Let's start this again. We're gonna start the call again. Here we are. And hopefully Aristides answers. There we are. Thank you. Sorry about that. I did the wrong thing. So let's go to the share screen again so that you can see what I'm doing. And what we do is we go to the infinite call, click on it, and then we do the little pull down and do audio call. There we are.
I think that is it, yeah.
Okay, and so this puts him on hold until he hangs up and restarts. There we are. Okay, so then Aristides will rejoin us in a moment. And T-Tank Bear says, good evening from Shasta, loud and clear, brothers, 100 degrees, 100%. Love you dearly, T-Tank Barry. Your $300 helped immensely. Of course, we're going to be asking people for more. And let's see if we're joined by our man Aristides. Have you joined us?
I'm here, but I don't see. Okay, they must have called other people because.
Oh, I can share the screen with you so you see that.
Yeah. No, it showed it spooling on everybody.
Yes, here we are. I'll show you now.
All right, we're good.
Yeah,
I think we're good.
Yeah, and
all right,
here we are. See,
I think.
Can you see the screen share? Can you see the screen share?
Yeah, that. Yeah, if you see that, then yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And,
are we actually getting good at this?
No, well, I fucked up the first time.
No.
And so T-Tank Barry says, good evening from Shasta, loud and clear, brothers. So I think you say something again, Aristides, so we make sure that you're showing up.
Something again.
Excellent. You're doing great. You're showing up.
Showing on the all that. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
So
sound is loud and clear.
Oh, great! Thank you so much for joining us, dear T-Tank Barry. This is the incredible T-Tank Barry. Sammy Romero has joined us. Yes, was that you? Good God, you sounded so far. Yeah, good God, what are you? You sounded so different. You sounded the way T-Tank Barry usually does because he's calling while driving or something. Are you driving or something?
Yeah, I'm in my car, so.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that has that effect of just making everybody's voice sound the same. So welcome aboard, and how long are we gifted with your time, Sammy, as far as you can ascertain?
I'm just checking in for now, and then I'll jump on a little bit later.
Good. We look forward to that. We really do, and we can use all the help we can get tonight just to get started, simply because, of course, I'm not, mentally all here right now. It's been a heavy couple of holidays, obviously. We could go into that later. At the same time, Sammy, just a little bit of status report and update on yourself, and then we'll turn towards Aristides, and he'll be getting to the blurb relatively quickly. But because you jumped on so fast, I definitely want to hear from you. How are things going in a general sense, dear Sammy?
Well, today I had to feed about 100-foot plumbing line, like the snake.
Yeah.
100-foot snake there was a clog in my house, so that was fun.
Oh God, I'm so sorry to hear this. How? Jesus, but you have my sympathies. You really do. Yeah.
Well, it's part of me enjoying my mortgage. I had to put it that way. I'm enjoying my mortgage, so that's just me enjoying my mortgage,
Yes.
and doing what you got to do.
Yes.
Even though I'm still renting, it's just I got to pay taxes, so
No, it sucks. Yeah, it's.
So in reality, we're all renting, really.
Yes.
So
it's true.
no, I mean that's pretty much what I had to do. I had to literally shove the 100-foot snake through my plumbing. You literally have to shove it in there.
Yeah.
And there's like a foot pedal that you kind of slowly ease it in, like I was literally having sex with the plumbing.
Yeah,
Not
no.
literally, but
I thought about it. No, don't. It's a lot. It's real similar to that, except none of the enjoyment. No, it truly is. It's kind of like the same mechanism function. Yeah, go on. Yes.
right. So I had to guide it, with my hands, and literally, the hardest part is literally just guiding it in. Once you find the clog, then you kind of have to literally jack it off to kind of see, and then once you hit bottom and you see that water is draining now, then you pretty much done.
You brought it up. You've brought it off. You've brought it to orgasm. It's climax.
Exactly.
It's horrible. You're fucking your home. Yes, that's what happens with plumbing. You're fucking your home.
Except my home didn't, buy me a dinner or didn't pay me to leave, but it's okay, You have to whore yourself out a little bit sometimes,
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the best way to look at it, really, is to see the humor in it. But I'm so sorry that these things... So, I mean, it's not like you're in the most accessible place either. So calling a plumber is almost not an option. You really do have to do it yourself. You're left... You're...
Right. So it's like, I have a wife and kids, so, I have to play the part. At least, fail at it, but...
Well, she must be proud of you. She must have been impressed. I would be.
Yeah, I guess, but it's almost like, it's one of those things where it comes with the job, like anything. I mean, you've talked about, where you've had to deal plumbing in your crib, and you've had to deal with even with the landlord. So it's the same story. Everybody has to go through it in some way. Okay?
Yes.
So it's just me, kind of venting, but
I don't blame you. Like, vent all you want. I mean, we need this for our psychological health. We need to be, if anything, if nothing else, this platform needs to provide a capacity for people to cathart, so for their psychological well-being. Yes, I'm going.
With all due respect, Doug, I was thinking about you, right? And I was like, I understand Doug, has his moments of venting, but his experiences with human beings, right?
Yes.
Yes. Of all races. So,
yes.
But I also wondering too. I'm sure you're aware of your marketability. You're gonna be successful.
Oh, bless
and
you.
Unfortunately, that's. I think you realize too that you kind of have to, like, obviously refer back to your training as far as in the entertainment business. A lot of people may not know this, but Doug went through. It has some experiences in the entertainment as far as acting. What was the school you went to, Doug? You went to some type of acting school, right?
John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School.
Right. So the N-bombs and but that's the one thing. You're the least I'm not saying you're the least prejudiced. I can't say you're not racist. Everybody's racist, right?
Yes.
But
yes.
You really do love humans in the sense of you've done a lot. It's just I think the people that are not known, the people that don't know you, may think you hate African American community, which is actually you don't. It's just you're exposed to a certain demographic I mean, let's kick the door down. Oakland is not the best representation of that, or of that,
Yes.
of that
Culture,
race.
shall we say subculture?
That culture, and even like you talked about it, you weren't your average Asian. You were, you didn't grow up with, like you said, you felt kind of an outsider, being of Pacific Islander, and really being mixed. You're really pretty much a representation of this empire. You're a mixed culture.
Yes.
So I'm sure you've had your difficulties even adapting to your Asian counterparts. I believe you told me you grew up with a lot of Cantonese, and obviously you're not even full Chinese. You're not even full human.
Yes.
So I'm sure there was complications, and I'm sure you've had you find annoying some of your Asian counterparts. And I told you, you're one of the few Asians that are not robotic and awkward and
Thank you.
lame, or
Yes.
you have personality, and you don't take yourself too seriously. So, anyways, that's just my update. I have to kind of cut it short for now. Okay.
Okay, well, I love you dearly, and share that love with Maria and, of course, your children, and we are all proud of you. You're doing such a great job helping to raise a family in what's essentially a hostile environment. I won't go any further than that. You're like a pioneer. Oh my God.
It's funny you say that. I saw some asshole with a Confederate flag yesterday driving around.
Good God.
And it wasn't, not that I'm offended, I can care less. I mean, to tell you the truth, the Confederates actually, at least I know where they stand, right?
Yes.
Even Brooke, I love Brooke, shout out to Brooke, I love her, I love her like a sister, but there's a certain charm that Brooke has, she knows it's like, she's racist, but, she's a good kind of racist.
Yeah.
I don't know how to put it,
Yes.
But, bless her heart. I love her. I love her to death. She knows that. But, I hope she comes on tonight. I really want to give encouragement. And, definitely she brings an element to this broadcast and this transmission. She's like our passport. She's a Southern white woman. She's accepted everywhere. So
that's
she
right.
pretty much is our show's passport. But definitely a shout out to her.
Absolutely, and she did leave a comment just a few episodes ago, so we know she's alive. So
thank God.
Yes.
Thank God. So I'll leave you for now, and then I'll jump on a little later. Okay.
Sounds good, and I look forward to that. We all do. Thank you so much, and stay safe and be well. With that, of course, we're going to turn towards Aristides. And so, dear Aristides, till we have some other people jump on, it's just you and I. As soon as someone else does jump on, it looks like they're going to be staying for a while. Then what I'll do is make certain to make my tea. Still haven't made my tea yet, which is almost a necessity to get through the first part of the night. And probably slam down a bunch of supplements too, like I usually do. I just do that twice a week before I do the show, so that I make certain that at least I'm pumping my body full of supplements twice a week. It does help. It helps immensely. Man cannot live on blood alone. Oh, vampires can, but I'm only a quarter vampire, so I'm kind of fucked either way. I don't really sustain myself completely on the blood, and I don't really sustain myself well on the food, so the supplements act as the bridge in between. And I actually take them a lot more than twice a week, but it's twice a week that I take a shall we say, a regimen of them. I go through a gamut of them where I slam down kind of like how would I say it? Maybe about 20 pills. It feels like it. I mean, one of these days I'll count them. They'll know exactly how they are. But the full spectrum of vitamins, and no, of a single multivitamin, no matter how good. And I've found the best. Finally, after all these years, they finally started manufacturing something similar to what I used to take back in the day. and that alone still doesn't cut it either. It's just one pill is not enough to cover the full spectrum. But that being said, if anyone is interested, I'll bring the brand of the vitamin that I found that is as close to optimum as you can get. But all of that being, shall we say, articulated, we now turn towards dear Aristides, where I will stay with him through the blurb because I don't think it's, there's not enough time, even with Aristides taking his time on the blurb, for me to really do anything right now with the tea or the vitamins. So we'll wait till somebody comes on and joins us for me to do that. But right now, we're going to just settle in. And so, dear Aristides, if you would be so kind as to take it away.
All right, the blurb. So as soon as you show up, please hit the thumbs up vote under the program window. This is important because the thumbs up and versus the thumbs down that you can't see, it's hidden by YouTube, I think, in all cases these days. But they do count them, and those who are against Douglas do put them, and perhaps in numbers with bots right away, so that it drives it down in the algorithm and is less likely to be suggested or come up in search results well, etc. And so that affects Douglas's ability to be seen and heard and make a living, so to speak, so that he can do this for us. And after I'm done, maybe you can update us on the money situation, but let's not stop right now. Okay, once you do that, slide over, make sure the subscribe button is on, even if you turned it on before. It may have come undone, either randomly or for other reasons. Make sure you're still subscribed and that the notification bell is on. That is handy. It puts a little pop-up on your device that the program has begun. You know when to join us, but life gets busy. And in the case of a restart, which hasn't seemed to happen lately, it's got
God, don't jinx us. Don't jinx us.
Well, I'm good at that. Anyway, in case, for whatever reason, on time or not, and when there's a start of a transmission, that is handy to know and have that pop up and remind you. As far as the upvotes, also, let's see, you can, you have an account to do these things, and that YouTube will not let you do it without an account. So since you have an account, you can go under your program, your account settings, and you can create sub channels under your account. They're not, it's not new login information or anything. They're just sub channels, but they each have their own identity, and they can each do their own upvoting. So I've already done more than one upvote. You can do this. It's not very hard to do at all.
Bless you.
So if you're so inclined, and then let me make sure. Oh, no, I did not. As far as upvotes, once the program's complete, the YouTube enables comments under the program window, which is different than the chat window, which will be on replay often if you are on YouTube, or at least in I don't know, on the PC it shows. I don't know how on the phone. Anyway, after the fact, there will be comments. Douglas will pin a comment at the top with his his standard contact information. Please upvote that as well. And I'm doing that right now for the last one. This is usually about the time I remember to do that.
Excellent.
And any other positive comments, please upvote them as well for similar reasons, so that they don't get downvoted and disappear and whatnot. And just to show your support, that's also, it's great. And leave a positive comment, if you'd like. So
thank you.
That being said, I've already put the PayPal link in the chat. Please find it there. I'll try to put it there periodically. If you cannot find it, if you can ever not find it, or are just on audio and not hearing, and many people put in their earbuds and they go along and they're not looking at the audio, all you have to do is go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, and he should come up there. You'll see him. You can't miss him. And
thank you.
Then you can send him money. So on that note, what is the situation there with the funds?
Well, I'm happy to report that we've just received 75 United States dollars, which is a substantial sum from Stephen Myers. And he says his message that came with it is, enjoyed the Jim Jones transmission, will read the book, did research on the cult, the Prime Minister died on the operating table. Very shady, weird country Guyana is. Another British colony dump. Which is all quite true. Just so people understand, he's referring to the Prime Minister of Guyana, who died on the operating table after the Jim Jones massacre, which I agree, I never knew that. So that's news to me, but it sounds sus as hell. Sounds quite suspect. He says, I live in the neighborhood they call Little Guyana. So he's in New York. By the way, he was in Manhattan for the longest period of time. If he's talking about where he's living right now, he's gone someplace to take care of his mother, and judging by his basically a kind of multicultural background, I don't know if I could call it multiracial, but he definitely has a multicultural background. Definitely he's black, Stephen Myers, but his mother might well be, if I remember correctly, he's Blasian. He's actually Black Asian. So his mother's Chinese. That would be very Guyana-like. So that would also be a product of British imperialism. They speak English in Guyana, which is, and there's 3 Guyanas: the French Guiana, the Dutch Guiana, and the British Guiana. And the Dutch Guiana is now called Suriname. And it has a very heavy Muslim population, believe it or not, because the Dutch dumped all their Muslims there. At any rate, so when he speaks, he says, Stephen Myers, in his message, he says, I live in a neighborhood they call Little Guyana, which is in another borough of New York than Manhattan. He moved to another borough, which I'm going to maintain secret because of his personal security, for his personal security reasons. And the other borough that he's in, well, people can locate it anywhere if they look up Little Guyana. Most people wouldn't be able to find it, but maybe not even the enemy, actually. That they're not the best researchers in the world. Anyhow, he says, where he lives, he says, the British trained them to be docile slaves. Be well, always tuning in. Love you dearly, Stephen Myers. And kisses to your mother. Take care of yourself and her. Stay safe and be well. Goddess bless you. And so he sent $75, and of course they take their cut when you send it to the productions. At the same time, this is where I've got to dump the money into as much as possible towards next month, because that's what the Bluehost is going to take the money out of, will be the productions card. So even though he sent 75 United States dollars, basically $72.76 remains on the card from Stephen Myers, because PayPal extracts $2.24 therefrom. They wouldn't do that with the personal account, but at the same time, it's the account that's on the record of Bluehost is the productions account, which went through. I guess it was fortunate that it went through what it went through. I was able to speak to them. It was incredibly exhausting. I'll have to describe that. There's just no words. At any rate, thank you for Stephen Myers, and that updates everyone on the monetary situation. It helps. We're still going to try and raise 200 United States dollars just to be safe. What I will do is, at the time that we find someone who's able to bounce off with Aristides and hold a round table, when I can take a break to make my tea and slam down some supplements, at that time, then I will check my wallet and count what's in it, and then I'll tabulate that with what's on the PayPal accounts, and then we'll figure out exactly how much money left is needed. If we don't get a chance to do that tonight, the money thing, then I'll do that before Wednesday, which will be here before you know it, and give everybody the final count. We only have tonight and Wednesday before rent is due. My next transmission will be on Sunday night, on the day that rent is due, and obviously on Sunday the banks will be closed, so there's nothing that can be done. Either my money will be, either I will have the money order by Friday or Saturday to deposit into the door slot of my landlord's property manager on site by Sunday, by next Sunday, or I won't. So we're gonna make sure that I do, and we're heading towards that more and more. I do have to, of course, run the supplies that I have, which is like mostly when I'm in the crypt, I stay well hydrated. I don't have blood here, so what I have is beer, Coke, water, and whenever I slam down the supplements, which is only twice a week, clamato juice is what I use to slam that down with. So supply runs have to be made for that, and whatever little supplies I get on the side, plastic spoons, etc., because I don't wash dishes. The kitchen sink is broken here, and I'm not going to bother to approach the landlady to fix it. It's just the bathroom sink is all I'm left with, and that's, neither one was potable water. So, I do have to buy the bottles of water and beer and Coke, which is my source of caffeine. I do make tea, of course. That's another thing, but that's just water. It's just water with saturated in tea leaves. So that's just, that's just more bottles of water that go there into that. The tea leaves I very seldom buy because I buy them in large amounts. Okay, all that being said, it helps to put the money situation in some context. Basically, we could probably get away with just $200 or even $150 from what I'm guessing. But like I said, as soon as the breaks comes, I'll try and count the money, and then I'll tabulate that. Especially if we have a roundtable, then I'll be able to do that, because otherwise, my job is to burn bandwidth, and if we have even a moment of silence, that's kiss of death. It's just a death knell. Everybody walks away, which is, it goes to show you what an enemy Peter Moon always was. The time that, I told him, look, I have to take a break. I let you do what you do, just burn bandwidth for you. And as soon as I left, he just went on mute, pig fucker son of a bitch. And so there you go with that. At any rate, we'll see what happens with that individual. I'm hearing strange rumors about him, and I don't believe them for a minute. I certainly do not believe he is alive. If he is, he's in terrible, terrible shape, and will not be alive much longer. This is every fiber of my intuitive capacity tells me this. But of course, the enemies try to portray him as being this all-powerful human being who is now coming after me, is how people are expressing it. Well, that's, it goes to show that if that's the case, there's people out there with nothing but time on their hands. That's like, if I were him, I would think I would be spending what remains of my life doing something I enjoy. But of course, he's lost all capacity for that. Never really had it. Okay then. We're going to ask Aristides as a personal human being. Everybody, of course, likes to hear a personal side of people, and whatever you feel comfortable sharing. Is there a status update, a situational kind of awareness, kind of report to be made? How are you doing? How's the environment around you? Are there current events that you feel deserve attention? Just whatever you feel comfortable.
Right. I'm hanging in. No huge developments in my life. Just trying to move all the things along. Get some stuff done around home before the weather gets too hot, and just keep figuring it out. It's all we can do. And as far as current events, I have not. I don't know what the heck has been going on. I haven't seen anything here. Then again, I don't watch like news feeds or
probably the best for your psychological health.
Anything coming up here? There was a little while back. Did any of you talk about? There was a couple. Was it couple people shot in D.C. outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. I guess they were, and that was kind of high visibility. I guess they were Jewish people. I believe. I didn't look into it. I just saw a quick couple things, but that's that's a thing that happened. And what else? What was it? People were squawking about the South African president came and met Trump and like, oh, they ambushed him and they showed him this video and it was uncomfortable, and people were having a good time over that one. What else? I don't know. Just kind of looking at stuff I had kind of saved here. Let's see. They cut off cutting off aid to Gaza and stomping them out. I mean, it's just amazing there's anybody left there.
Yeah, who is there left to have? I'm so sorry. It's awful.
Let's see. ICJ. I assume that's International Court of Justice. Yeah, probably. A hearing. China accuses Israel of war crimes, demands global accountability. Good for them. Let's see. What else? Did you talk about the Biden having cancer thing?
Let's put it this way. I appreciate you bringing it up, and of course when some announcement like that is made, it's of course one always has to walk a fine line in their response, and but let's put it this way. I think Biden, I can't understand it's like, how is this even an issue? I mean, the individual is like, he's a non-entity, and he is not only a non-entity, I think he is so beyond self-awareness at this point. By that I mean he must be oblivious to everything. He was oblivious to everything when he was in the office. If he has cancer, it would surprise me that he's even self-aware enough to be cognizant of that fact. It's not like the man is suffering unduly. It's simply that he's old. He has lost his mind long before he went into office, as far as I'm concerned. The individual was not even there. He was just physically, shuttled from one room to another all the while he was in office. There was absolutely nothing to remember about his term in office. I mean, nothing. He was simply the alternative to Trump. And that's all he was. The thing that I perceive him as, unlike Troy Bellamy, is a kiss ass to the Jews who said that he was a unrepentant and diehard Zionist. I mean, these are like his words, not mine. And the individual was doing all he could for Israel. Troy's convinced, of course, that the guy, he wouldn't give him 200,000 pound bombs, and then they drove him out of office. This is not inconceivable. It's not inconceivable. If that's the case, Trump is next with the shit that's going down now in terms of how Netanyahu and Israel both feel offended by his latest actions, which I'll get into, which brings us back full circle to another issue that was raised by our man Aristides here, which was the shooting outside of the D.C. Jewish Museum. This is so obviously a programmed MK Ultra victim who was dispatched for political reasons to rationalize Trump's actions and mobilize the entire public behind his actions in what can only be called a Zionist conspiracy. The individual in question who shot this couple was 31-year-old Elias Rodriguez. So we're talking about somebody with an incredibly Hispanic name. And aside from the kind of Latin American, who I will bring up later in monologue, who goes to a university and is essentially upwardly mobile, your average Latin American is not going to be it's so far off his fucking radar as to what goes on in Israel and the Levantine. The Palestinian question, what Hispanic of working class status is going to care about that? You're talking about somebody who has no reason for this to be in any way, shape, or form part of their it's not going to be within their umbrella of awareness. It's just they're dealing with survival. They're dealing with, say for instance, Sammy Romero is politically conscious. He's a successful middle class Latin American, Mexicano. He's someone who's like okay, but he's not radicalized. He's not going to do anything crazy or stupid like go out and shoot a young Jewish couple. That's something that a victim of MK Ultra does, especially if they're like a part of a community that's got their own things going on and they're just not really interacting with the Judeos, or as they would call them, all that much. So when it comes to Elias Rodriguez, he's obviously programmed. He's a product of a indoctrination, and he was dispatched to kill a young, charismatic Jewish couple that had just recently gotten married, to raise all kinds of sympathy for the Jewish community. The headlines were already there. I subscribe to, of course, multiple news outlets simply so that I can get all sides of the story: conservative, liberal, Jewish, African American, different news sources, different news sites. And of course, the headline screamed, "The war against the Jews has come to Washington." This is like literally the headlines coming into my inbox. The war against the Jews has come to Washington. And beyond that, Elias Rodriguez screamed, shouted at the top of his lungs, on camera, for the record, to go down into history as he was being dragged into the courtroom. "I did it for Palestine!" And he screamed, "Free Palestine," while he shot this young Jewish couple. The whole idea is, of course, to turn everyone against Palestine. See the evil Palestinians. And they've brainwashed all the evil Latin Americans. And so Trump will say, "See, this is why we have to mass deport all them brown niggers. All them goddamn brown niggers are all fucking pro-Palestinian, which means they're all terrorists." This was the same shit that, of all people, oh God, what was his name again? He was the guy who interviewed me several times on Coast to Coast AM. And that's why they fired him. And that's exactly what he said. John B. Wells. John B. Wells was convinced that all Mexicanos were Moors, that they had come from North Africa. They were all really Arabs. And that we were going to wake up one morning with an Islamized Mexico on our southern border that would be radicalized and invade the United States, crawling across the deserts of, the southern border of North America with their scimitars. Yes. It's like, this is, where we're going with this, and so John B. Wells was kind of like a primitive. By the way, Brendan Zogan is sending me a nice sigil to protect the show and our transmission tonight. He's sending the protective sigils, and Brendan Zogan, you're more than welcome to join us on the call if you haven't already. Let's take a look at who's on the call. It's just Aristides and myself. And since he's cognizant, I'll send him a few links that I wanted to bring to his attention. Obviously, I hope what I'm saying is coherent. Does that make sense as to why this incident took place, Aristides? Some feedback.
Yeah, that's plausible.
I mean, otherwise it's just some random guy, some rando finally woke up and became aware, but of all the things to do, he ain't helping anybody by doing what he did. All he does is serve the propaganda of the Zionists. They feed off this shit. They feed off it. So the other thing that happened, I'll go into, of course. Let me see if I can find this here, the drafts, and get these links over to our dear friends Brendan and George Knight, who I do want people to know there's been some messages from George Knight, which I've just now acknowledged, and he's doing okay. He's was simply taking his time to, I guess, finally look at his Microsoft Teams, which probably like Aristides he avoids, because it's something you use at work and you don't ever want to look at anything that's work related unless you absolutely have to. So that's what was going on with George Knight, and so he's like sent some messages and at least knows what to do now to get on the call. So that of course he's on a completely different schedule, and we don't know if he's like capable of shall we say joining us the way our schedule has been going, which is usually I'm ending a little earlier these days, simply because of all of the other things that I've got to deal with. Schedule's been busier and busier. This has been, of course, the 47th San Francisco CARNAVAL. It's annual, and it's also been Memorial Day weekend, which hardly counts for myself, other than memorial for my father and respect for him. Far more important was the CARNAVAL to take the transfusion affiliates, the young blood boys, to. Also for the lads, it was important to educate them. Today is National Missing Children's Day, so I do want people to understand that. I went into a long civics lesson with them about that. It's taking a look at the weather now. Notification coming in, partly sunny tomorrow. Okay, also it was Global African Freedom and Liberation Day, for those of you who do not know. And but far more important is tomorrow, and I'll be heading back towards the Estates, thank God, in the morning for World Dracula Day. Again, everybody opened their texts. This is very funny. I always feel like a teacher at this point, doing what I do best, tutoring the lads. And I have to remind them to, open the text on their laptops, and just basically for all of you out there, open the text on your screen underneath tonight's episode, and you will find a microbio or a microbiography of Vladislav Sepish, the historical Dracula. So today is World Dracula Day, and yes, it is a thing. It is real, and I'm glad that all of you can be aware of that and spread the word. And you might ask, because I've gotten a few questions already, why not a image of the historical Dracula instead of yourself, you egomaniac? And that's I'm saving for a far more historically cognizant date, which will be the 31st, which by then hopefully I have all of my rent money. But in terms of, actually it'll be the 29th. The 31st will be, I'm already looking forward to it, the 47th annual San Francisco Union Street Summer Festival. And that's a fair that's held on Union Street in San Francisco, just in walking distance from my crypt. I mean, literally just like outside the door. So I'm going to be like dealing with the Blood Boys, and this is probably the closest they'll ever get to my home, the crypt, and I can, take them on a little tour of the neighborhood and just show them the horrors that Brendan Zogit saw while he was here. At any rate, it's the 29th actually, which will be my next show. The Wednesday show will go into Thursday the 29th, because it'll be from Wednesday night till Thursday morning. So then I will have it's the next episode. I'll have a historical image of Vladislav Sepish, or an illustration conveying the historical figure, something that's much more merged in historicity than the immediacy of myself, and that will be on that date, the 572nd Byzantium Toshi, or the Byzantium fall, the date of the fall of Byzantium, which was the birth of the Renaissance, if you want to put a positive spin on it. There is nothing positive about what happened. That was 572 years ago, and that was the fall of Christendom. A good part of Christendom, the old Christendom, Eastern Christendom, was the fall of the Second Rome. And that was when the Muslims overran Byzantium. As I said, that's the cultural equivalent of the Soviets overrunning all of Western Europe. So just imagine that happening and the impact that that would have had, the millions, literally millions of European emigres that would have fled to the United States. That's exactly what happened with the fall of Byzantium. And that, of course, in the positive sense, the Roman Catholic Church and the Europeans had maintained what was essentially a steady state society, 3S, steady state society for the what was called the Dark Ages. And they had, it's not necessarily that their world was a bad situation, but it could be argued it was stagnant. And then what happened was all of the ancient Greek scholars, the scholars that had maintained the wisdom, the mathematics, and the advanced calculus, various other ancient Greek secrets, all being applied to alchemy and the Hermetic. They were called Hermetic sciences at the time, from the Greek god Hermes, the god Mercury, as you would know him from his Romanized personae. And the Greek god Hermes was the god of intelligence. And in working with these alchemical secrets, the scholars had to keep them sealed, because you mix the chemicals together and you have toxic results. You blow up, or you burn, or so that's where we get the term hermetically sealed. These chemicals they worked with were hermetically sealed because they were all part of the Hermetic Brotherhood, the Hermetic magics, as they would have been known in the Western Europe. But the Byzantium was holding the sciences. And so it was just, people think of it as the Second Rome as a religious center, but it was the center of science. And when that fell to the Muslim barbarians, when they came in and the Turks overran Byzantium, with its fall was the fall of civilization. It was the fall of Rome. That was the fall of Rome. And it was Constantinople was the second Rome that had been established by Emperor Constantine when he had Christianized the Roman Empire. And for that to fall, it was a blow to, that was the death of basically Europe. And the closest concept we had to Europe at that time was Christendom. So when these Greek scholars finally were forced to defect to the West, then what happened was the birth of the Renaissance. Then the West suddenly started applying all of this newfound chemical secrets that enabled them to harness gunpowder. For those of you who do not know, the fall of Byzantium was due to artillery. It fell to cannon because the Ottomans had gunpowder from China that they were using. It's the Eastern Europeans were fighting back with gunpowder, but they didn't have the massed artillery that the Asians had. And the Oriental Ottoman Empire then proceeded to invade further and further into Europe, and they wouldn't be stopped in terms of their advance until the Battle of Vienna, the Siege of Vienna. And that's where your croissants come from, by the way. When the Siege of Vienna was lifted, when the Europeans finally beat the Ottomans back decisively, then what happened was, to celebrate, they made a pastry that was in the shape of the Muslim crescent. And this was like a victory finger, a fuck you finger when you run into the end zone. And so that's where your croissants come from in Europe. But at any rate, the person who slowed them up to that point, most decisively, was Dracula. And so, yes, there is a World Dracula Day, but he should be historically better represented by what will come with our next episode, the 572nd anniversary of the fall of Byzantium, or Memorial Day thereof. It's infuriating to me that you speak to most scholars and they'll speak of it, in this positive tone. I can see the positive of it, but that positive result is not really all that positive. The Renaissance resulted in the Europeans using this Greek science in the most destructive manner possible, and using it to invade the New World and invade Asia. The New World was collateral damage. They were always on their way to Asia. The very term Orient comes from the fact that their navigation was oriented toward what was then at the top of the map. Asia would be put at the top of the map because that's where everyone was heading. And to orient yourself to the destination of Asia was how you would navigate. Therefore, it became known as the Orient. It's where you wanted to go. It's where all the good shit was. Spices, gold, silk, gunpowder, everything else. And the Europeans used the alchemical science that the Greeks had maintained all those years, and they used it then to annihilate the Native American populations on their way to Asia, because between the Orient and Europe was, well, the Western Hemisphere, and there you had the Americas. That was full of native peoples, and Columbus started it all with his extermination in order to create a new Zion for the Jews, which he did. It's called the United States. Now, did he have the United States in mind when he started his campaign of genocide? When he turned all of North and South America, because he started in the Caribbean, which was in Mesoamerica, right between the twain, the heart of the Americas. Did he have this in mind? Yes, absolutely. His whole idea was to create a civilization enslaved to the Jews. And he ultimately succeeded. It ultimately came to pass. So you're living it. By the way, I do want John Doe. I've checkmarked what I cannot see, John Doe, because whatever you relayed is not visible, is not appearing visibly, and so I do want T-Tank Barry to know that normally I would heart everything, but then I'm afraid sometimes he's sending me something that I wouldn't heart. So I hearted what he said. God bless Team DRዘለዎ. He sent what I presume to be 4 images. Whatever he's sending is not showing up. So I just sent him a text message now. I've checkmarked what I cannot see, John Doe, because whatever you relayed is not appearing visibly. His message did, though, which was God bless Team DRዘለዎ, bracketed by 2 diamonds, so God bless him. And with that, let's take a look at who else. Just Aristides and myself. And we might as well start in the monologue, or at least elements thereof. We've got a good number of people now. And again, everybody open the text box for your little microbio or microbiography of Vladislav Dracula. That's the tutor in me, just like I would speak to the lads. And and honestly, I've had to go through my own linguistic education in return. They are like using terminology that they're just the young teens. They and some of this shit comes from YouTube. Really, it's like I'm like work to them. I mean, obviously I am their favorite tutor for any number of reasons, but I'm still work to them, and therefore they're not watching me on YouTube unless they're, like I said, unless my son Ed Beth encourages them to. Otherwise, they're watching other people on YouTube, and the shit they're picking up, it just like slang. It's I can't even understand it. So honestly, I get an education in what's kind of like a tween code. There's no other word for it. Tween code. It's yeah. At any rate, so when it comes to concentrating on one last look around in text box world, let's take a look at chat. Let's take a look at where we're going with the everything else, and I guess we can just jump in for now. Yeah. By the way, oh yes, I might as well give the links that I sent to Brendan Zogit, to Aristides, and George Knight. So here we are, and let's have George Knight. Well, he can respond to these, but while Aristides is with us, let's have him do so as well. So okay, so let me see if I can get back onto the call here, make this larger, and maybe what I'll have Aristides do, I know what I can do. I got an idea here. So do me a favor and see if you can open that link. Now I'll send you another link to open, dear Aristides. And then what I'll have you do is basically read those to our listeners while I take care of the tea and the self-supplementation. Does that make sense? You'll have two of these articles. Is that okay?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I love that tone of voice. That's so cute. It's this guy. Oh yeah, I suppose. Oh yeah.
Okay, I got the one open.
Let me send you to the other one. I'll send you another one.
Oh, wait a second. The New York Times, I can't see it.
Oh,
because,
it's paywall. Paywall.
Paywall.
Okay. This one. How can you open this one?
That one, I imagine I will be able to.
Yeah. Let's see if you can.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
Okay.
We'll do that. Let me.
Yeah.
Go get
if you need to do something like get yourself some refreshment or something to bolster yourself through this, please do so.
Yeah, I'm going to get my coffee here. So.
Yeah, grab yourself some coffee and.
I have that.
And let me see if I can find some other links for you that would be potentially vital or something. Okay, and while he does that, I'll continue speaking, and
I'm here. Just but if you want to find one or
let me find a few more things for you because this might take me 10 or 15 minutes to get that everything done with. So yeah, and. Here we are. Times of Israel. I'm not going to send this to you, but I'm just going to show you how they're responding. Here we are. Fatal DC shooting is grim validation for those who warned of Free Palestine violence. This is the Times of Israel saying this. The murderer didn't know his victims were Israeli. Then why would he shout Free Palestine? Mm-hmm. Well, he was. Somebody said that they got it in quotes, so I guess they're trying to say that that's how ridiculous it is. But it's hard to understand when somebody is too clever for their own good. It's kind of like one of the last things, if not the last thing, that Peter Moon said on his Facebook timeline was he took a RFK he took a quote about RFK, saying that RFK was dangerous, and put it in quotation marks, and then plastered it on his Facebook timeline. And his purpose behind this, which Brendan Zogit didn't even notice, he just didn't notice the quotation marks, and he said, wow, he's against RFK now. And I said, no, he put in quotation marks, so his idea was, see how stupid this is when he published it. But then, like Brendan Zogit, nobody else who looked at it got that, and they couldn't understand where he was coming from, and asked him if he changed his politics. Wait,
I'm sorry. Wait, who? I missed it. Who said that?
It's a confusing subject. Don't worry about it. Let's put it this way.
I know it's all confusing. Yeah. Nobody knows who RFK is anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. But basically, what happened was Peter Moon, in his mind, when somebody becomes increasingly deranged and demented, by that I mean like senile dementia, like literally the medical term is demented. There are the process of when one is entering a senile phase that they phase in and out of. When they're in their phasic moments, meaning they are dementing, that's the medical term, then they're processing so differently, but they assume everybody is processing along their lines. In other words, it's like a child when he watches a cartoon on TV, presumes everybody is watching the same cartoon, and they will approach an adult with a joke about the cartoon and mimic or imitate one of the characters, presuming the adult will know what they're doing because you get it. So you think like a child when you're demented. So what he did was he put a quotation about RFK Jr. on Facebook saying RFK Jr. was dangerous and out of control, and basically put this on Facebook in quotation marks. But like everybody else who looked at it, Brendan Zogit, when he relayed this to me, said he seems to have changed his politics, meaning Peter Moon seems to have changed his politics. And so I had to look at it, and when I looked at it, I said, no, he hasn't. He put it in quotation marks when he published it. So he's presenting it as, see how stupid this is. But he assumes everybody's going to automatically, think along his lines and know where he's coming from. But nobody did, so they were all writing him, what the fuck is wrong with you? Has your page been hacked? All the rest of this shit. But he didn't respond to any of that, which was not like him at all, because most of the time he would respond, shall we say, verbosely, and he didn't respond at all. So it shows me he's probably dead. But at any rate, to back up what Aristide said earlier about Israel, oh God, let me just put this on screen share for a moment. And it's just it's something that it needs to be seen to be believed. So give me a second here, and I'll go into the call where I can do that. How do I do that? We've got the call here, and there we are. Share. Okay, so go into this call. It becomes very confusing because the calls will switch your capacity to share. Okay, here we are. So now we're sharing. And take a look at this, Aristides. I don't know if you can see your screen share. Look at this. IDF aims to capture 75% of Gaza Strip in 2 months in a new offensive against Hamas. So they're out not just annexing the territory. Palestinians to be pushed into 3 small zones as new aid delivery mechanism set to start Monday. Military says no change to collateral damage policy in airstrikes, meaning that there is no limit to collateral damage. And this is in the same article about the fatal DC shooting. Through almost 20 months of war with Hamas, fears grew that anti-Israel, anti-Semitic vitriol would result in bloodshed. Then came Wednesday's murders at the Capitol Jewish Museum. And they're, they got one of these Hasidic dudes outside, or, a rabbi-looking type individual. And then you've got the police officers, and the young couple. Okay, out of obligation, can't let the victims go without being named. Yaron Liszczynski on the right, that's a man, Yaron Liszczynski, and his partner, what the fuck? Partner? Like they're gay or something. I mean, they look to be a cisgendered heterosexual couple. His partner, Sarah Milligrim, both employees of the Israeli embassy in the United States. This is another thing that is so odd about this. This is a couple of employees at the Israeli embassy in the United States who are going to the Jewish Museum together. Their boyfriend, girlfriend is what they used to describe such people as. And then this fat, unattractive, uncharismatic individual comes up and shoots them both down in the prime of life. And that, of course, gets everybody's gonads to swell. The nice t-shirt here. My wife beats me. That's a t-shirt ad coming up. It goes to show you what kind of algorithm I fit into, I guess. And then mourners outside the White House, it's a terror. And the whole article is like, we told you this would happen. We told you. Okay, so We are joined by Holly. Jesus Christ, Holly. Next time, just open up. And
I was gonna, but I was listening to what you're saying first.
Okay. So
because I knew that would be a real stinker, man.
Well, honestly, it's so obviously a conspiratorial setup. I will repeat it one more time before I take a break. And now that you're here, you can bounce off Aristides. He'll start with a reading if he has to. But personally, now that you're here, you and he together will be able to hold it verbally. But here's something he sent me yes, this is a Jewish cartoon. This is a Jewish cartoon he put into the text where the Free Palestine mask, you take it off, and the person behind it is saying, kill the Jews with a swastika under their...
Right.
Yeah. This is how the Jews perceive it. That to them, Free Palestine means you're a Nazi. So that was their... To tell you what my conclusion is about this, the individual who killed both of them, as I said, I don't know if you heard that part, he's a Latin American, Elias Rodriguez, and he's a working class Latin American. It's very different from what I'll discuss when I get back, which is basically a educated Latin American. Not to say that working class Latin Americans are not educated, far from it, but we're talking about somebody who's going postgraduate. So you've got a postgraduate, probably doctoral thesis level graduate, who's from New York University, a Latin American student, who said basically he spoke out against the Jewish genocide in the Gaza, and they're withholding his diploma. And kicked him out of the alumni status and all the rest of that. So this is something that I'll discuss, which is, to me, far more important than even this. But this, what it is obviously an MK Ultra victim, the working class Latin American guy. And your average working class Latin American guy has got so many other things to worry about. The furthest thing from their radar would be the genocide in Gaza, as disambiguated from the Latin American who gets educated at New York University, where it's in your face every day because you're in New York, which is, of course, very Judaic in terms of its cultural spectrum, and you're surrounded by people rationalizing genocide in Gaza, except for your fellow students who are educated and can see right through the bullshit. So you can understand a Latin American in that environment saying something like that and paying a terrible price, which he should not be paying, because it was always going to come to this. But when it comes to your average Latin American in the working class, who, as Elias Rodriguez is, overweight, unattractive, and like, what, you're just watching TV and suddenly decide, I'm going to go out and bump off some Jews. And you just hit them just right, a young, attractive couple who are entering a Jewish museum in New York, and you kill them both and say, Free Palestine, Free Palestine. And like the quote said on top of that article from the Times of Israel, he did not know they were Jewish. How would you know they're Jewish just because they're entering a Jewish museum? I thought he had shot them outside of the Jewish embassy because they both worked at the embassy. Then it would have made sense because at least you'd know, well, if they're entering the Jewish embassy, they're likely Jewish. They're not going to be letting any Palestinians in there. But no, he hits them outside the Jewish museum, which many other people go to besides Jews. So when you kill them both and say Free Palestine, this is obviously arranged. It's like he was targeted and told, hey, those two are Jewish, go get them, and better do it now. And he gets them both, and then, of course, what does it rationalize? It rationalizes Trump's mass deportation of Latin Americans, because Trump can rally the Jews again, because, see, Trump hates the Latin Americans, and he's alienating the Jews, because he's going all out with the Arabs now, and saying that Syria's dictator, who was working with ISIS, is, he's confessed to sharing pantyhose with him now, in effect. And he's like trying to make deals with Iran, and all the Jews are all angry and saying Trump's betraying us. So how does he get them on his side? Send a Latin American to kill a couple of young Jews and now I can mobilize the Jews behind me while I deport all the Latin Americans. Because, you see, all the evil Latin Americans are pro-Palestinian, which ergo they're terrorists, which was like John B. Wells was saying. He was convinced that someday Mexico, because he was convinced all the Mexicanos were Moors who had come from across North Africa, and they all looked hairy, unlike most Latin Americans, who admittedly are not hairy because they're indigenous. But, you know, with all those conquistadors raping everybody around, you had a lot of cross-insemination there. But John B. Wells was convinced they were all Moors and hairy North Africans who had come to Mexico from the days of the Moorish Empire, and that they were all going to Islamize one day, and we'd all wake up with a bunch of Muslims south of the border that were crossing the desert or the Rio Grande with their scimitars, you know. And so, you know, Trump's going to push that shit now, the John B. Wells scenario, and there we go. So, Holly, do me a favor, handle the stage with Aristides. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, just to make it safe. Sound good?
Ouch. Yeah, minimal.
Okay. All right. I love you. Okay. I'm going to mute.
We've got it. We got it.
Oh, yeah, we do have doing, buddy.
Yeah, good,
Here.
good. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good.
Or as soon as, yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, good.
I got here just as soon as I could.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. I appreciate
Now
you
where'd you go? Okay, good.
showing up to bail me out here.
Well, same. Everything that you do has been priceless. Keeping the ship on the sails.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah.
So I
anything-
just tuned in and caught this little bit.
Go ahead.
It's interesting because everybody I know in that demographic up here is right wing as hell.
Right.
So it does sound all weird again. Like all those, you know, Trump assassination attempts that were supposed to be Biden supporters, which was also ridiculous.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh my God.
Yeah, so much crazy. But don't have much on the top of my mind to discuss. Hem
Okay.
and haw in here.
I
You got
know,
any?
current events? What else? I don't know. What's going on? What's the big drama in California now?
Oh golly. Let's see about that. God, these shootings all over the place are sure up again. Yeah, there was one here and a couple others here and there. I think pretty sure there was one in LA. And I think at least one person died in it. And then there was some lady in a stabbing attack. And I don't think anybody died, but she hurt like 18 people. I forget where that one was. But yeah, it's all wacky.
You're gonna get. I mean, you collect enough big cities of any kind, and you're gonna get this stuff.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I see a difference in my 40 years of observing. I mean, when I was a kid, we worried about getting beat down or gang rape, but nobody got shot.
right,
Only Italians did that, and they were mobbed up.
right.
So, I mean, that mattered. That made a big difference. But, God. Any headlines are you rolling that we could
Headlines.
mull
No,
over?
I
Okay.
finding figuring out what they are. 'Cause I'm
Yeah.
not really looking. Like I said before,
Right.
I find out what the news is because from depending on
From Douglas.
from Douglas, or what memes my friends post. At least ones that are made from current events.
Right.
And
I
not
Google the Google News roll. I mean, I just roll it, and just pick
Right.
off stuff from there. But I can't remember anything really jumping out.
Yeah, I don't know if it seems like everything's kind of ongoing. There's really nothing huge. It's new.
Yeah, it's just rolling on, waiting for the
there
axe
was-
to fall.
Or Israel war rolling on. There was that whole supposedly there's supposed to be some kind of negotiations regarding Ukraine. There was some drama over that.
Oh, they just got the shit bombed out of them.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, big time. And of course, Palestine's been a slaughter.
Well, yeah, I mean, we knew how that was going to end. Like, did anybody?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. He's going full Yahweh, continuing.
Full
And
Yahweh,
with the wimpy little pushback from Europe, but nothing, you know, usable.
Right. Yeah.
And oh God. How's the weather there?
It's been nice in that it really hasn't. My primary enemy as far as weather is just like stagnant, hot, humid weather, and it's not gotten.
Oh
there
yeah.
yet. It's
right
going to be dry and cool, and rainy.
Yes.
But still, you know.
Yeah.
Still very manageable and not like the constant, you know. There are different kinds of heat, and I am envious of you Californians, you know, who, you know, hot has always meant, you know, dry and breezy, and there's a hot, you know, a lot more hellacious than that, and you've been around and you know, but you know, but if you know, grown up in that type
inland, it gets brutal, but where I live, it stays a lot. It's better, more Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's
what
I like. Yeah. Well, and yeah, and California's big, so I mean, if you go up north, it's probably, you know, brisk, and all the way down, it's very you know, it's very spans a lot of latitude there. Probably more
and how far you are from the ocean.
Yeah, but probably more than any state, I guess, in terms of the latitude that it spans. I mean, not like count Alaska or something. You there?
So you get everything to. I got to Google up a 5th year anniversary of George Floyd, and they're rolling all those control and cops measures back there. You know, they did some reforms after George Floyd, but they're taking them all away, and the cops are going wild. So that's so unfortunate and grievous. And let's see. Oh boy, nobody wants their Tesla truck anymore.
Yeah, right. No surprise.
And they can't get anything for a trade-in off of them, especially with the side panels flying off on the highway. So, and then in Texas, a lady won $83 million in the lottery, and they won't pay her. You believe that shit?
What?
Yeah, that's fucking cold.
Why is that?
So I don't know. They just won't give her the money. It was Texas, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
so
pretty straightforward. There must be some dispute.
Yeah, scamming her. So, and all this stuff around Trump's meme coin is pretty crazy.
Oh.
And then, yeah, right here near me, a 13-year-old schoolgirl got attacked on the street, and she beat the fuck out of him, is the story, with her jujitsu training.
Wow.
He was a big, hairy guy, and she whooped him really bad, and then and broke his ankle.
Wow.
And then he ran away, and nobody's ever found him. So that's casting suspicion on the whole story, but kind of interesting to see how that plays out, if in fact it does. And good for her if it's really all true. Oh God, skiers in Switzerland found dead. They're taking away the penny.
Yeah.
Which makes me a little sad, I guess, because I'm old and stupid. But it does. And still scrolling. Let's see. seen any good movies or anything? I haven't.
No, I really don't watch. I don't go out to the movies, and I really don't even. Of course, you
No.
can get really any amount if you wanted to sit in your own place and watch movies, but I still don't
Right.
take
It's
in
not your thing.
all movies now.
Mm.
Because
I
there's just,
can't.
you know, if that's your thing, it's fine. But there's just so we live in such a you know excess of content, you know, everywhere. People,
Oh boy.
by the time somebody say, you know, wherever you're at, you know, sends or forwards or chats, you know, drops a few links of a few videos, and they're kind of long, and you think it's interesting, and you click
Right.
them, and you know, you literally could do that all day.
Right. I'm not that into it either because there's nothing
Yeah.
good much.
Yeah, but as far as like, the new movie that just came out, yeah, hell no, they're all pretty stupid these days.
I know it.
Yeah, I'd rather
go
seek out like older movies that I never really saw or paid much attention to.
Got it. There's probably more benefit in them. What about YouTube's?
Yeah, I mean that's more, you know, my speed is just, you know, clicking into stuff, and you know, like you said, you know, your friends, you know, send you or might, you know, post in a chat or something, and
Right.
by the time you click on all that, man, hours can go by, and then you know, and then
I
you're
just
like,
got turned on to Metal Karens.
yeah,
Have you ever heard of them? Big
no.
hairy guitar guy playing nasty ass guitar riffs with the screaming Karen being the vocals. It's pretty fucking funny. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Metal Karen.
What is Karen?
Check it out. Metal Karen is what
Metal?
it's called. Metal, heavy metal.
It's a
They're
band.
just no one guy, and so he plays guitar, and the soundtrack is a big Karen incident, and it's a kind of funny concept. I like the guy.
Yeah. People really, they can take the weirdest little concept and make such a you know, it's almost like a meme, like, you know, living out of it.
Oh, it totally blows up.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. That stuff gets like 10 million views, and, you know, stuff that, you know, people need to know about gets buried, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, right. But I did get out of nowhere this shameful paste real-time videos. And it's passing now, and I'm not doing that anymore, but Metal Karen was the top. It can close that chapter for me mercifully. And I highly recommend it. And keeping up with Douglas will take every minute you got anyway.
Yeah.
So who's got time to watch movies?
Right.
Has he talked about this big bill they're trying to get passed in the Congress yet? Late at night?
Not sure.
It's this monstrous 1,000-page bill full of all the crazy bad stuff they want to do. And I wondered if he had done an expose on that yet. I'm sure it will come at some point. Maybe that's because I would love to hear his take on it. And kind of hoping Aimee would be here, but I see she is not. And what about Heather? What about Miss Heather?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd
maybe,
like to,
maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure they know what's going on. If we don't hear from them soon, maybe somebody can send them a message.
Yeah, maybe it's more closer to our time for Heather. Aimee's on your time, which is late, you know.
Well, in the chat, you can, if I just realized, if you type that, like, you can, like, ping them, you know, tag them.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. No. Okay, and out there. I'm trying to think of anything at all. Reading an interesting bio to my friend I take care of on Aimee Semple McPherson. I don't know if that name rings any bell for you. It probably wouldn't. You're younger still, right? She was in the 1920s, founded the first MEMG as a woman heard of, and her power, the empire she put together.
Ooh, who are we talking about? I just got back for a minute here while my tea steeps. Who are we speaking of?
Okay, good. I'm reading to my friend and home care person
Yeah.
a riveting biography on Aimee Semple McPherson.
Well, you're glitching a lot, so make certain you get close to the mic.
I'm certain. I'm right there. I don't know why.
Okay. It's better now.
I'm right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
better now.
But yeah, you know of her, Aimee Semple McPherson, founder of the first mega church
Interesting.
in the 1920s. And it's about what she achieved was staggering.
Incredible.
And it's all about
Well, do me a favor.
Pentecostalism.
Yeah, do me a favor. Continue with that. I'll be back in about 10-ish at the latest. More like 5-ish, 7-ish. But just got to get that tea because it's steeping. And I might as well, take the supplements while I'm doing that. I had to take care of some other things because there was a phone call. But
Yeah,
we're going to,
I know.
if you start winding down, just let Aristides read that linked article that I brought to him. But you're doing great. You're doing great. Numbers are holding good. And I'll be right back in 7-ish minutes. Okay, so continue with Aimee McPherson.
Okay.
This is fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is. What is the article, by the way, Aristides?
The one that you sent?
I didn't see it.
Oh, well, he sent one
Yeah,
New York
yeah.
Times one I couldn't open because it was paywalled. American
Right.
immigration to Britain rises, but I can't. Okay. And this was it's in the I don't know if you saw it in the chat. Germany, I'll reopen it here. Germany
Oh.
deploys permanent troops beyond its borders for the first time since World War II. I think that's what it was. Let me reopen.
So where'd they put him? Ukraine?
I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's opening,
Yeah.
let's see what the answer to that is. Maybe he'll speak on it more
It's
later.
moved by European nation to bolster defenses on NATO's eastern flank. So let me see where they sent them.
Yeah.
Okay, dispatched to the capital of Lithuania. Permanent troops are saying. So they've sent troops, but they said permanent. I guess because I think some have already gone to places like Ukraine and stuff, or no?
I don't know the answer, but Lithuania, that's interesting. And I guess they'll just be billeted there to foray out in other directions unless, Putin's making some big move on the rest of the continent or something.
And it's to, well, as they say, bolster defenses on NATO's eastern flank.
Yeah, that's a lot of area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he'll fill us.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Aimee Semple McPherson, she was, and they're an extremely charismatic. They don't do snake handling and stuff. Fascinating thing, it's to this day the fastest growing religion in America.
Really?
Pentecostalism. Yeah. And so you have to believe in a personal Jesus. And in order to be one, you have to spontaneously, with no effort or assistance of any kind, get baptized, a Holy Ghost baptism. And that's when the Holy Ghost falls out of the sky on you and you lose bodily control and twitching and falling and wild dancing. And that's when glossolalia, tongues, can happen. It's one of the symptoms of a Holy Ghost baptism. And they also, you have to believe in faith healing and a literal interpretation of the Bible.
Wow.
And so I'm pretty sure if she was around today, she'd be a Trumper. But number one, she did treat women with respect and equality. And she was like the only white church that was friendly with black people
Mhm.
and welcomed both, any color. So that was pretty cool. But she came out of farmland Canada, and her mother was part of the Salvation Army. And so that's where she first heard street proselytizing and stuff. And that's what she did. She went out on the street, stood on a chair, raised her arms to the sky in silence. And when people started gathering around and get a crowd, she'd jump off the chair and say, "Come with me," and run into the nearest church and start and just let go on them, and did all her preaching. And I guess apparently, at least they believed, she healed thousands of people of all kinds of things, that no one ever disputed that. Thousands. Because then she goes and builds the world's biggest church right there in Los Angeles, where it still remains, the Angelus Temple.
Mhm.
And at this point, she was ministering to 7,000 people a day, 7 days a week, and 2,000 children for Sunday school. She bought the third of 3 radio stations in California, and she was the first woman to ever have a radio station and a license to be on air. And she was just this marketing genius, owned all the politicians, got just incredibly powerful, started really pissing off the other preachers and stuff because they did not have her draw. And they resented her for her success. And then one day she goes to Venice Beach in California, jumps in the water and disappears. Gone. They search, and hundreds of people come to the beach and they pray and pray. Nothing, no trace. So 6 weeks later, she stumbles out of the Mexican desert into Douglas, Arizona, and claims to have been kidnapped. And that's where we are in the book right now. And so we're about to go forward. But this is like the downside of her curve. Because, but although the Angelus Temple still exists, as does her church, the 4 Square Pentecostal Church. Not just in Los Angeles, but around the world, apparently. And apparently Pentecostalism is really on the rise to this day. It's attracting mad numbers.
And Pentecost, that's the one with all the crazy, all that crazy shit?
Yeah, the movements, the glossolalia, the faith healing, on the rise again. So it's something interesting to look out for, this or that when it comes up in current events, because I have a feeling it will, especially because, like I say, church attendance is dropping across the board, except for Pentecostalism. Who knew? And it's an entirely American-born religion. There's a marvelous book out about focusing on American-born religions, and there's like 100 of them. Everything from Christian Science to Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostalism, Mormonism, Urantia, it goes on and on. And they're all like, no intercession between you and God. They're all pretty Gnostic and experiential. But it was a huge deal. And starting in the 1800s, there was this explosion of new religions in upper New York State. And it was so explosive. And Mary Baker Eddy, the Mormons, all at the same time, all these people burst out with these charismatic religions that were drawing mass numbers. And they all started there. But then sometime in the later mid-century 1900s, it's like that hot spot moved to California. Same thing happened in California. All kinds of new religions, including Satanism, or at least its modern iteration of it. So there's all these crazy churches down in Southern California, from Aimee Semple McPherson's to there's just a million kinds. I can't even call them all to mind, plus Scientology, which is pretty secular, but also apparently treated like a religion. They don't pay taxes.
Right.
So it's a fascinating piece of history that is worth scrutinizing, because nobody half believed that she really got kidnapped. But on the other hand, what the hell did happen? I don't think we ever really knew. But we're halfway through the book. We'll see what the rest has to say about it, because it's an excellent book, very well written, and gives you a lot of the history perspective of the day, what was happening to make this petri dish of stuff like this to happen. But I would visit her place if I'm ever in LA with time on my hands. Yeah. And that was the thing about her church. It was all about the community. There was laundry facilities and food distribution and reading and classes and language classes.
Yes.
Yes.
Continue.
There you are.
Yes. Oh, well.
Good thing
yes.
good thing you didn't just sit there and not say anything.
No, I just got back. I swear.
I know, I'm busting your chops.
Yes. But I'm back for the long haul, and let's take a look at the numbers and see how you did good. You did good. So just reporting, says McPherson, evangelize, an epidemic appears. Circe, meaning church is a goddess. It's about over. Wasn't Circe killed? We'll research that again. Later, friends. Okay, thank you, just reporting. Appreciate your input.
Okay.
Yeah, and
you've heard of her, right, Douglas? You know of her.
Vaguely. Yeah, I know very, very little.
World's first megachurch. No, America's first megachurch.
I don't think there's megachurches anywhere else on Earth until America made them, right? I mean, wasn't America where they
Probably not. I guess so. Well, big events like around the Kaaba and all that. I mean, that's massive.
Oh, of course, but that's not like megachurches are commercial, aren't they? They're always they've always been affiliated with just kind of like commercial enterprise, kind of.
Well, hers was not.
Okay.
But she had to become a businesswoman, and actually, her mother ran her business.
Okay.
Because she was too busy preaching. Just the one point. This is in the 1920s. She ministered once her church got built to 7,000 people per day, 7 days a week, and 2,000 kids for Sunday school.
Jesus Christ.
Every single day. Oh, and here's the fascinating thing. She's Pentecostalist.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's so wacky because that's a pretty wacky religion and very much Gnostic. You can't be a Pentecostalist unless you enjoy a Holy Ghost baptism, which is when the Spirit just spontaneously falls down on you. So you lose control of your body, and that's when you get the glossolalia and stuff.
Whoa. Forgive me, glossolalia being a symptom?
The tongues.
Oh,
tongues,
right, that's right. Speaking the tongues. Yes, that's right. Yeah. How could I forget? Yes, thank you. I used to know that.
You want to know? Yeah, sure you do. The weirdest thing of all for me, Pentecostalism is currently, today, the fastest growing religion in America.
Really?
And her church still exists, the Foursquare.
Wow.
It's booming.
It's indicative of something, yes. That's so what is their position on all the Trump evangelism? Are they neutral on that, or do they radicalize towards the right, or what?
I have no idea, but I suspect she would have been Trumpy if she was alive today.
Jesus, that doesn't speak well of her.
But what she would, no, it doesn't. But what she would have done also is hid escaped slaves in the basement. Okay. And promoted women to high positions and stuff like that. So she was that sort. but she was a mean-ass businesswoman operator. And then she did her great disappearance, remember? She walked into the ocean in Venice Beach and disappeared.
Whoa! I mean, just literally physically before people's eyes?
Gone. Dived under a wave, never seen again.
Jesus Christ.
Hundreds of people searching and boats and the whole deal. And then 6 months later, she crawls up out of the desert.
Really?
Into a U.S. border town saying that she was kidnapped.
Whoa!
Yeah. And I mean, it was a mega scandal. It was like, think of Trump, walking off the boardwalk into the water and disappears. I mean, the country would go berserk, and that's what the country did. Went berserk. And so we're just at that point now in the book. So I got it. Maybe next week I'll know more about the next, because it affected, the rest of her life. And she was getting so burned out because, I mean, all this happened before she was 35.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And she built the biggest church in America
yeah.
as a woman. There was no woman preacher. There were 3 radio stations in LA, and she owned the 3rd one. And was the first woman not only to own a radio station, but to have a license for it.
Wow. I mean, impressive all around.
Yeah. She is nuts. I mean, you don't get that every day. You got to be born like that. You can't learn it.
Yeah.
And her mother was the business machine.
Yes, but doesn't that veer towards when you say this was not the cash cow that other mega churches were? But
it was. Oh, yes, it was.
Okay,
it was huge. I mean, she was making in the 20s millions.
Okay.
But it might have been her mother's motivation, but it never did actually appear to be hers.
Okay.
Not first and foremost, because she lived super humbly in like a room in the side of the church and all that, and always wore white. But then she got more and more glamorous. Okay. And so it's at that turning point when she starts glamming up and getting totally burned out that she disappears.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
And
but she came back and she carried on, and the Angelus Temple and the church exists to this day.
Yeah. That's incredible. I mean, no, I'm definitely impressed, and I'm
weird and wacky California, man. She's top of the list.
Yeah.
Or she's on it, at least, for sure. It's a great Fordian study of madness of crowds and on a million topics.
Yeah.
So as a Fordian curiosity, she has an eternal place in that great hall.
As well she should.
Yeah.
And
it begs for a major motion picture.
It does.
It begs for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does, and tell us. So were you able to review my last few episodes? Like you said before, you were progressing through one, and
and I had to skip to hear the last one, and I got through most of that one, but no time to go back again. Mm-hmm. Okay. But you did touch on some of those issues on Jim Jones' night. It was from before, and so I'm always treading water, trying to keep up.
Well, our dear friend Stephen Myers, who contributed $75, his mother's Chinese, whereas his father was black, so he's Black Asian, lived in Manhattan, the belly of the beast, the heart of the concrete jungle for years, and now in a different borough to take care of his mother. I always maintain the secrecy of that just for his personal security as to which borough it is, but he says where he's living now is called Little Guyana. And just, of course, he says it was, as I would describe it, it's another biological landfill for the British slaves that they were just dumping off out of England. And that's how British Guiana was created. And it's the English-speaking Guyana, which is why Jim Jones went there. But when it comes to something he brought up, he said the Prime Minister of Guyana, who was Prime Minister at the time that Jim Jones did what he did, wound up dying on the operating table. It was all very suspect. It was almost like they took him out, thereafter. So at some point after,
I wonder if it was botched cosmetic surgery or something.
Yeah,
That gets a lot of them.
So it's but anyhow, I do hope you find the time to go back and listen to the rest of the preceding episode to the Jim Jones episode, because of everything that I had said concerning our world, and that you listen to the rest of the Jim Jones episode as well. I mean, basically in both cases I was covering, of course, the Musk phenomenon, which I will probably return to tonight, because he's basically trying to give people the impression I've done enough, you know, it's all, you know, you can't just allow a person to walk away like that after all the lives they've ruined. His
team is still fully embedded, still doing their thing. He's got his AI up in the government, and he's just collected so many billions in contracts. He's got to be looking after them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like 3 of them, at least.
And
just multi-billion each one. And his Starlink thing came down last night.
Tell us about this.
Well, it was visible, and it also made a sonic boom. But God damn it, at the time it was supposed to go by, I'd forgotten.
Okay.
So I didn't get to see the bastard, but I've seen short video of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like something I saw a few weeks ago. But I didn't see it last night. But yeah, it was a big deal.
And
I don't know if it was an Earth landing or if it just hit into the ocean and disappeared or what.
Yeah.
Or if it was recoverable. I think it was coming back from the space station.
Yeah.
So God knows what he's doing, you know?
Whatever it is, yeah, whatever it is, it's no good for anyone. Yeah, it's
nobody wants his trucks.
Thank God.
No.
Yes.
So that's, and because they can't get any resale out of them, so they're pretty much stuck.
Well, he's got the money to lose.
Yeah.
But feel free to continue venting about it, because we need to do that. It's something that needs to be done. But all that being said, and what about your own private situation, whatever you feel comfortable sharing? Because, of course, everybody loves to hear about the personal lives or get to know the people better who are on this program. And, they'd like to get to know you as a person, whether it's Aristides or Holly. So whatever you feel comfortable sharing, how are you?
All I can say is it's been uneventful, which is fine with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Aimee Semple McPherson was the biggest news.
And that's good.
But
that's good.
Otherwise, yeah, very good. I don't need a lot of excitement at this point.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's quite the
fine.
education that you're providing us, and the fact that somebody who calls themselves Just Reporting was able to put some input in there. I think it's great that you provoked input from our listeners, and that's important.
Very glad. Very glad. Well, her story is most interesting, and the new book is great. It's called Sister Sinner.
Sister Sinner. Oh, shit.
Sister
Looks
Sinner.
like it goes in a direction that's a little...
Oh, yeah. Because we're halfway through the book, so we've been on the upswing, but now it's tipping over the top. And she's got a ride downhill ahead of her.
Oh. Ooh. So
But never defeated. Never defeated. And like I say, the church still stands and is operated as Foursquare. And overall, Pentecostalism's just exploding right now.
Interesting. Okay, and so in terms of the Pentecostalism and how it's growing in the United States, what is your personal social assessment as to its appeal?
Well, like the many religions that were born on American soil, from Seventh-day Adventists to Mormonism, it's pretty much priest-free. It's about a direct experience between you and God. You have to believe in a personal Jesus, and you have to spontaneously experience a Holy Ghost baptism in order to even be Pentecostal. And they have the faith healing and stuff. So I think the more desperate people get, the more these types of philosophies appeal.
Uh, and your own analysis of that, Aristides, your input on this, please. You're an engineer. Think in terms of social engineering.
It's not surprising that those things would pop up more so in America.
In times like this, you mean? Or just in
no,
general?
just in general, just historically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was always those that sought to, you know, get away from the oppression, the establishment, do things, you know, their own way. So, makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, there was a few decades there anyway when people did feel that there was some kind of social contract, and they did feel somewhat in control, whether that was illusory or not, of their own destiny. I mean, you dropped something, it fell to the ground, you know. There was, now with the ever increasing uncertainty between weird weather, fake news, who do you believe? You can't trust your eyes anymore. You can't trust film or photography or any of these things we came to depend on. I think it does make people like reach out for some spiritual lifeline to the Almighty.
That's incredible. A very good assessment. Yes.
And I think at times it really helps. I mean, apparently she actually did faith heal thousands of people.
Okay. And
nobody came back later and said they were faking it.
Interesting.
And she had rooms full of wheelchairs and crutches and stretchers. Rooms full, packed to the ceiling, of people that walked away from that stuff. So there's a occultist edge to it. And strange about it.
Yeah, that's impressive. And and what else is going on in terms of current events that stands out to you, honey, that you feel we should be paying attention to? By all means, cut loose.
Oh, God. Like I say, it's just all of a part. And it's, I was wondering if you'd yet dissected that bill they're trying to pass. Because I suspect you will. And if you had, I don't want to have missed it.
Oh, no,
but there's
no,
a lot
I didn't
of
start
grist in
yet.
that.
I didn't start
No,
monologue.
but I mean in general, you know, it's now, it only made the House. It didn't get further than that so far. But
oh, you're talking about the big, beautiful bill. Trump's
I won't
big,
say
beautiful
it.
bill.
I won't say it.
Actually, go say it, because you know what? I'm not quite sure I will do it the justice that I would, you know, that you would. Let's have you do it the justice that.
Well, I can't really, and even less, because now, you know, I haven't sat down and read the 1,000 pages, and there's people doing that and saying this and that. And like, it's weird because a lot of what they're doing, even if it got passed, wouldn't come into effect for years. So like this birther thing.
Go on.
Apparently that doesn't become active, and I'm no way defending it. This would not become active until 30 days after adoption.
Okay.
So anybody born before the 30 days after adoption, which it surely will be, is exempt.
Okay. And you're talking
So
about the
it's from
14th Amendment bill. This is the 14th Amendment bill. All right.
Yeah. And it's going forward. They can't, you know, claw back every high school kid that came here when they were 2, or no, that got born here from illegal parents, apparently. And I think if one parent is legal, they're also safe.
Quelle horreur. Quelle horreur.
But I know they've been trying to take apart the DRŊCA thing.
Yeah.
And that's when you come over the border illegal as a child.
Tell people about the Dreamers program, what you understand about it.
Very little, but Obama did it, and it was considered protection for kids that, you know, have to flee the fucking American guns and death squads of Central and Mexico and South America, and either unaccompanied or with a parent or two. And so I know that Trump's been attacking them from his first term, but I'm not aware of what changes have been made to that, if any, except to frighten people, kids in this case.
Yes, in particular. I mean,
there have been reports of people that have, lived here for decades getting thrown out.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So he's always wiped his ass with that DACA stuff.
yes.
And so I don't know, it's conflicting. Also, the Medicaid cuts, I guess, wouldn't necessarily take effect for some years.
Didn't
that
he
may
finally-
be wrong.
Didn't he finally fucking wise up and tell them, don't touch my Medicaid, don't touch the Medicaid? Didn't he tell the Republicans that?
Apparently, they've gone right ahead and touched it real good.
And
And the food stamps.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
So,
well, yeah,
and the press, I mean, there's just no way you can say that it's not for rich people tax cuts. There's just no way. And that's in the press every day, all day. But nobody really cares.
Well, I think people care, but they're too poor to do anything about it.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Run out and hire lawyers to, tie it up in court and shit. Hopefully there'll be some foundation or something that can, but I don't know. I mean, they got the power to just not release the money.
Yeah.
The Harvard thing is brutal. That's a punch out.
Yes.
That's a death battle.
Tell us about your understanding of the Harvard situation, because that's important, and I want to hear your perspective on it.
Well, I mean, with the Palestinian thing, and the whole thing is such a fucking nightmare. And so that, I guess, has been the excuse to launch all this ire at the hated academic elites, which are a bunch of assholes. And are getting fabulously wealthy and are horribly corrupt and are exactly his demographic in a way, except maybe not, because they're intellectual, if you will. Not. Yeah. So, I lost my place. But yeah, so all the other colleges, Columbia,
yeah, you're back on it. You're back on your train of thought. The
NYU, I guess, bent right over and just did whatever he wanted. But Harvard was the only one to say no.
Yeah.
And yeah, I understand they got $1 trillion endowment, but man, they don't want to touch that. And so now, they'll be no longer tax exempt, which was always a little fishy, like Disneyland, like Scientologists, tax exempt, and he's trying to stop all international students from going there.
I like what you said about Disneyland too, by the way. Yeah, and stopping, of course, the international students. That's a given. That's part of his wiping out of the the intelligentsia period in America. And yes, Matthew Bush, by the way, sent 25 United States dollars. Thank you to our dear Matthew Bush. He did not send a request to remain anonymous, so I am naming him. Goddess bless you, dear sir. So together with the 75 or 72 after they take their pound of flesh, that was sent by Stephen Myers, and the pound of flesh was extracted, of course, by PayPal. We're close to $100 there, and hopefully we'll get another contribution of said amount, same amount, from some angel soon before the 31st, and that way I will be able to make the rent. And obviously I have to have it in my hands before the 31st, because the 31st is unfortunately a Sunday, and the 31st is a Saturday. The rent's due on the 1st, which is a Sunday, but the banks will definitely be closed on the 1st, and the day the rent is due. So I have to have it before Saturday, so I can go to the bank before 2 p.m. Because they close at 2 fucking p.m. on Saturdays. So I'll have to go to the Chinatown branch, because, well, the one on Polk Street is fucking closing in San Francisco. I mean, that was there forever, Holly, and just things that have been there forever are just going away now. They're all
big time.
Yeah,
big
everything
time
around us.
And Douglas, I've had a back-breaking bill I had to take care of this month, and there's another back-breaking bill next month.
Oh,
So
so sorry.
that's why I've been stiffing on my
No worries,
contribution.
honey. I understand. You're in the same position
I
am.
feel much sorrier about it than, yeah, I feel very sorry about it.
Yes, I believe you. I understand. I grasp your sincerity. I feel your pain,
Yeah.
and I know you feel mine.
It's not an oversight.
Yes.
It's not an oversight.
Understood. Well, I would never, ever have taken it as such. You've
I know.
always been far too,
I know.
incredibly supportive for that. I mean, you've been through it all with me. I mean, we've been through.
Yeah.
We've been through the war together. I mean, quite literally.
Yeah.
And when we were down
Yeah.
there with Laura Lee Solomon, that was everything. Do you remember how she used to have her own show on Revolution Radio? I don't know if you
Yes.
ever had it. What do you remember about it?
I didn't listen to it much. I didn't listen to it much.
Well, for one thing, it was very apolitical. All she was doing was
Okay.
basically she went through the entire tarot card deck and was explaining to everybody the occult significance of each tarot card, and she did one tarot card each episode, approximately. But
That would have been pretty cool. I would have checked that out.
yeah, it was
It
her
was at a
thing.
funny time for me or something,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I never did.
And then, of
Get to
course,
hear
Mike
much.
Ringley scrubbed it all. He's, just human
Oh.
garbage. He's human garbage. So glad he's dead. And I'm so glad he died young and alone and in terrible pain, and hopefully deathly afraid of his shall we say, fate. Again, if it sounds like I'm hard on these people, honestly, everybody, you'd have to have been there. It was just
He was pretty snaggly, yeah.
what do you remember about
He
him?
must have been MAGA.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
MAGA.
definitely. But Trump came into power at the time that he was still alive, and he was definitely MAGA. He was at the more extreme end, but he would have been for bringing him back. Yeah. It's
Oh, yeah.
altogether, it was just such a grotesque and ugly scene. It was just such a hideous scene full of ugly people there and so many other places.
Yeah.
So in terms of anything else that comes to your mind in current events, obviously you're very up to date on it. When you were speaking of the bill and all of the damage that they've done, of course, obviously you are a care provider. You understand the damage that this does to so many people. In terms of what do you think is going to be the long-term impact of all of this societally? Give us a little speculative scenario here.
Just, more rage and primitivism. Yeah, and it'll come from the top, because when they start feeling the pinch, look out. I fear the guy with $5 million in the bank more than I do with the guy with $100 million.
Yeah.
Because they'll, I don't want to think about it. And so I think those zombie movies are kind of matched to the times, because I can see, ragged suits walking down the street. And a lot of this, the government firings are just mind-blowing, but the tech rolling great tranches of layoffs is really going to be coming, because programmers are obsolete now. They don't need personnel like they used to. Once those jobs go, you always hear them smirking, oh, those poor McDonald's workers, there won't be any of them much longer, but they'll be there a lot longer.
Yes, indeed.
Bros.
Oh, they glitched you out.
And this lunacy of Trump's building all these factories to bring industry back, it's just complete bullshit lies.
What factories? He's not building shit. What are you talking?
Oh, I know, but that's what he's convinced people. That's why he can do all these tariffs. because we're going to manufacture in America again. Like go back to burning rivers and shit. Because I guess a new nuclear industry is on the way. I understand there has been ground broken for that, and I don't have much information, and I don't even remember where I read this recently, but that there's this new kind that isn't water cooled.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be all safe and wonderful. Yeah, I wish I had a backup on that. Actually, I know where that is, and I don't have it with me, but I'll stick that in my bag for next time.
Please do. Please do. That's fascinating. Yes.
Yeah. But they're as fast as they can building that back.
Oh.
And even 3 Mile, there's talk about stuff.
So, dear Aristides.
And then there's San Luis Obispo, the one on the earthquake fault.
Tell us about San Luis Obispo.
But anyway.
Well, just a little
There's
rundown.
an old nuker down there.
Yeah.
Old nuclear plant down there, and it's had its various leaks and shit, but it's still running, and it's real old, and it's on a nuclear fault line, a major one. So they've been. I thought it was shut down, and I think it was limited, but I think they're gonna power that one back up to full charge.
Oh. Okay.
To run the goddamn Bitcoin mines and shit.
Oh, of course. It all comes down to that.
And the AI, which takes a sweaty motherfucker and needs a lot of cooling and a lot of input, energy-wise.
Yes, it is also true. And the impressive thing is how you keep yourself so cognizant and aware of these topics, which are diverse. And where did you ever pick up this, shall we say, capacity for the autodidact, the capacity of the autodidact, the self-educated person, a generalist in terms of their knowledge? It's, of course, impressive.
It's not the kind of smart that helps you.
It isn't.
It's the kind of smart that makes you depressed and a failure.
It's true. I mean, I know. I'm there. I'm right there with you. In the trenches of.
You know it.
Yeah. All too well. It's no. It's depressingly. You are correct. It fucking sucks. Yeah, and but
if I had to credit one thing, it would have to be a general curiosity. And I mean, times just a few decades ago, I think there was a lot more, in a strange way, curiosity. And there always has been a great deal of curiosity about common events in America. Concerns another book, but it was the newspaper, man. I learned to read off the newspaper. We got one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Star Ledger in the evening news, and
you're making me cry. You're making me cry. Oh God, the old days. What about? I mean, my favorite parts of the paper were the comics and the obituaries. I mean, what were you attracted to? No, actually, it was the porn. The porn ads. We used to have porn ads. We used to have porn ads in the paper.
We sure did.
You remember that?
We sure did.
Oh, I love those.
Those were, and God forbid, the classifieds.
Yes.
Those could get spicy. Remember those? The wanted.
Yes.
All the acronyms.
Yes.
White, WJHM, white Jewish hetero male.
Oh, people don't even think like that anymore. It's the whole world has we've lost our world. Our world is gone.
And that was the thing that passed away.
Yeah.
Which blows my mind when I realized it. Street prostitution.
Yes. Tell us about this. Yeah.
Like it was never there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe kids still do that way, but no more of that culture is visible anymore.
Yeah, because of you mean the online capacity to rendezvous through being online, and it is what it is.
It wiped it.
I mean, there is
even in the big cities.
Well, I rest assure you, there's still street prostitution to an extent. It's nowhere near what it was, and it has changed But yes, it's definitely. Obviously, in some senses, that is not something to be missed, but at the same time, it is. I mean, far more, shall I say, sad to myself is burlesque. The burlesque is has been pretty much killed in cities.
Except for Dita Von Teese, she tries hard.
Well, there
she's
we go.
Looking good too.
No, I'm talking about it's just not available as it was before at established strip centers. I mean, strip centers. There's like strip joints in San Francisco and the like. You used to be able to not that this was accessible to anyone in any normal state or capacity of fiscal limits because the cost was prohibitive just to enter. But your average person was not going to go in there yet. It's amazing how many people saved up just to go to these places because they were.
Times Square was just disgusting. I was all about Manhattan as a kid, but
you're sounding like Peter Moon now. You're sounding like Peter Moon now.
No, there was nothing you wanted. There was no good time to be had there. And it was ugly. But now all that North Beach is all gone. Farrelly's and all that, right?
Yes, that's
all gone.
Yes,
I haven't been there in a long time.
Yes, of course. It's so that is sad to me. That is terribly sad to me. That's all gone. Yes. And well, definitely. I
liked New York a lot grittier than it is now.
Well, there you go. And Times Square was a part of that, and then
it was.
Yeah. Then once they got rid of that, it was kind of like, what else is there in New York?
Then all the cool places.
I mean, that's wrong to say that. Obviously, there's a lot in New York, but still, people should understand what I'm saying. But yeah, it's just.
It does give me a pang.
Yeah, but don't turn into Peter Moon
change.
On us. Yeah.
That's my problem. No, God, no.
Yeah, because he was he was puritanical about it. He was puritanical. He was like, which of course was bizarre. But then again, his puritanical bent towards it was filthy down there. And what was the mayor who was actually cross-dressing at one point and became Trump's clown? Giuliani cleaned it up. Giuliani cleaned it up.
He was worshipped like a god.
Yeah, it's like, well, especially after 9/11, they were just like,
worshipped.
He was up there as God on earth. It was disgusting.
Because he did and he did Disneyfy New York.
Yeah.
Which was hideous. I didn't want to see Times Square go to Banana Republics either. You know what I mean? Help the woman make a living, but don't do that.
Yes. See, that's where I'm coming from. Yeah, but
you could shoot kids on sight in the subway and whatever you wanted.
But with Vinnie Barbaric, the real name of Peter Moon, the only reason he was so puritanical about Times Square or any display of sexuality that he would call exploitive, quote unquote, was simply because he was gay. And all of that was offensive to him because it reminded him of female body parts, and that got him all, it sent shudders up and down his spine because he's all fucked up. But at any rate, saw such.
There was a lot of drug zombies down there too, though.
Well, that goes without saying. Jesus Christ!
And a lot of robbers and shit. It was a hairy little square mile there.
Oh yeah. You had the muggers that were armored.
Yeah,
they would armor themselves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that was their living. They're going out for a night of work. They'd armor up and go out and mug people.
Yeah.
Oh shit. So we're going through the old times. I presume, Aristides, you didn't get a chance to read through that link, like open up that link and read through it because you didn't need to, because
we grazed it.
Oh, you grazed it. You did graze it.
We want to know more, because the Eastern Front is a lot of area,
to say the least. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's up with that? I mean, are they protecting Lithuania, or is it just a base?
What was your impression, Mr.
We didn't get that far. We were. Good.
Okay.
Good. We were waiting on you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you get any impression from what little you were able to access, Aristides? No need to.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
it said pretty directly to shore up NATO's eastern front.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's great. The other link that I sent him that he cannot access because of a paywall was that more Americans than ever are trying to apply for British citizenship. So I think that's funny as fuck. American, here we are, taking a look at the, trying to find the headline again, and I'm scrolling up in the messages, and here we are. American immigration to Britain rises. There we are. Americans have reached a new record, a historical record in citizenship applications for Great Britain. All the Americans are trying to defect to Great Britain. They're trying to escape America. It's the great escape from America wave. It's like, you know what the mistake was? The revolution. That was the mistake.
Well, the only ones escaping there are at least in the top 10% of income earners.
Yeah, they're the only ones who can fucking afford it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, because you have to have a certain amount of money to apply for citizenship in Britain.
Oh, hell.
Yes, tell us.
And, you know, I was there. I didn't see a whole lot, but the countryside was still largely preserved.
Yeah.
There wasn't housing developments everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so that could change with this too, which worries me. And I was shocked to find out, tiny little Britain, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much of the interior was given over to the military as testing grounds.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
practice fighting grounds. I mean, the joint is so small, but it's astounding how much land was just handed right over to them.
Yeah. It's
Water and trees and everything.
It's outrageous.
And it's
outrageous.
still there, but a lot of it's been kind of semi-abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
And so if developers get into that, it's going to be ugly.
Yeah.
And if but they may be cranking it back up again because now everybody's in this great gushing joy of getting to rearm again.
Yes.
America won't protect us. So
Yeah, thank God. Thank
very
God.
dismaying.
That's not dismaying.
Yeah.
That's look, you should be feeling as jubilant as I feel about that. Honestly.
Well, I'm glad for the jobs they'll get. But the resource extraction and waste
it's not a
inherent in
waste.
that
It's
is
not a waste.
frightening.
It's not a waste.
No, it's like hospitals. They're not a waste either, but they produce massive amounts of just trash. and stuff.
Actually, to tell you the truth, hospitals, we've got to do something to completely change our medical care system because of what our dear lady Holly has just pointed out, which is the fact that the overwhelming amount of waste that takes up space in landfills, something outrageous, is hospital waste. We're talking about well over 50%. It's well over 50% of what something close to 75%, because hospitals will throw away anything that's used. You touch it, you throw it away. You touch it, you throw it away.
Even tools.
Yeah. Yes.
Let alone
everything.
gloves. And
yes.
shit.
Yeah. Everything. Yeah. Tools as well. Surgical implements. Everything. It's thrown away as soon as it's used. So the amount of waste produced by hospitals it cannot go on. So we definitely need to change that radically. And so I can understand that. And that's something that needs to be functioning, obviously, all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we cannot keep up that kind of waste production from a system that does that. So I
worry about that also, though, in the weapons and munitions and military contracting industry.
Yeah, well,
I mean, not that their trash is the biggest problem, but
yeah,
still, you know what? And
well, I mean, it is in a sense. It is in a sense. So, say for instance, I pointed out in the past exactly. Much of what was spoken about by Holly, she's alluding to the fact that in England there's so much land that's used for military practice And when you think of the amount of radiation that's expended, which most people actually don't think about, it's pretty, how would I say it, understandable perhaps, but then again, it's not understandable, and you should all be thinking about this, and you should all be aware of it. Understand that there's a lot of depleted uranium, chemical weapons. These are all tested on those grounds. And all of this leaks to the public. It's, they basically are left with this kind of radioactive dust that then causes childhood leukemia rates to skyrocket because of the radioactive impact from the expended depleted uranium that
in the water all the way to the ocean.
Yeah,
in the middle of the country.
Yeah,
Sickening.
Yeah, and so tell them about this, honey. What you know about this,
well, not much. I kind of already did, and a lot of this is speculation.
It's not speculation. I mean,
yeah, I think it's plausible.
It's not plausible.
Yeah, a big
proven.
New arms race.
It's proven. But go on.
A big new arms race.
Yeah.
Ain't exactly what even if it's necessary, is a worst case scenario in many regards.
Mm-hmm. Well, not really. I mean, not my opinion, but I've got solid reason to say what I say. I think basically you have a kind of an indoctrinated hippie kind of fear of war that just gives you this kind of like, oh, they should make love, not war. This kind of attitude
dude, it's the 21st century, man. I thought maybe that, just being the one that kicks your ass doesn't automatically make them right. I mean, that's all it comes down to. If I can kick your ass, it means I'm right. Everybody thinks that. Everybody thinks they're right. So as long as we can kick ass, everything will be great. And it's ugly because, I won't go on with my...
Well, at least it prevents the development. At least it prevents development. It's going to make development much more... Not that the developers would care. They would probably develop right all over that depleted uranium.
Fast as they can.
Yeah.
Hello, Fort Ord. Yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't want to take a shower on Fort Ord.
Yeah. And tell people about that. What you know about Fort Ord.
It was a testing range, and it was including offshore warships fired into it. It's about, 100,000 acres or more, fired into it from the ships at sea for 100 years. And they did chemical stuff out there and mortars and all kinds of ordnance. It was in the sand. They had, firing ranges of all kinds, and dumps and pits and, nerve gas mixed with pesticide, mixed with whatever. And it's a super fun site. And back, like 30 years ago when this was quite an uproar, it was clear their mitigations were not going to be long-term useful. Yeah. And it's deadly polluted. So now, you can't take a shower out there. Your hair starts falling out and shit.
Ooh. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. No,
you
all
get
of that.
chloracne.
Oh.
That's what they used to call it, chloracne.
Yes. And tell people about that, because the chloracne is like just the hair falling out, or is there other symptoms that are worse?
No, that's like a pustulant acne.
That's it.
Rash.
Okay, so it's radiation boils. Radiation boils.
Yeah, something, or just nerve gas, or I don't know what.
Yeah, no, just.
But it was the factories in Jersey. People would get it.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the chemical. So that's chemical.
Chemical burns. Yeah.
Yeah, horrible. horrible. So, yeah, so just so people know what Holly is talking about, there's open-air testing of depleted uranium that has been going on in New Mexico since 1950. Los Alamos National Laboratory, White Sands Missile Range, the Sandia National Laboratories in Albuquerque, New Mexico, or is it Albuquerque, as my dad used to call it. But the
Nevada.
Thank you.
They're underground mostly, but not all. And even so, that was horrific.
Quite true. Quite true. And the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, I believe, in Socorro. They're all institutions that regularly continue to blast depleted uranium ammunition into mountains and soil. And by doing so, they contaminate the air and the ground and the water. And I think in Socorro, the residents weren't informed until 1986 that depleted uranium testing had even been taking place since 1972, which was less than 2 miles from the town square. So it was downwind from the proving grounds as well. And all of this precipitated a very high incidence of congenital birth defect hydrocephalus, meaning big, ugly-headed kid syndrome, where the baby's head is so large they can't get it out of the womb. They have to cut the mother open in a cesarean section to remove a baby that she's going to wish was dead anyway, because it's going to die a lot sooner anyway, and it's going to just use up all of your resources to keep it alive in miserable condition until it does die. But none of the broad-ranging epidemiological and contamination surveys have ever been released to the public because they've all been deemed as information vital to national security. So understand, this is not rumored, this is not something that is speculative at all. We know it's all true by the fact that the U.S. government is scrubbing it. And all of this is done in the first with intent to measure extended weapons performance effects, meaning it's done to see and measure the results on the civilian population. That's why it's done near the civilian population, for that very reason. As a matter of fact, the American military compares quite regularly the viability of their depleted uranium ordnance and its effects on American civilian population against what's called the Scotland Standard. I know this because I was a Department of Defense research librarian. And the Scotland Standard is where depleted uranium was linked to the leukemia cluster around the Ministry of Defense firing range at Dundrennan. This is what our girl Holly's talking about. Dundrennan is near the Solway Firth in Scotland. So communities who are close to that range, where, well, at this point in history, probably about 10,000 shells or more have been tested since 1983. I'd say probably more like 20,000 at this point. You know, they show the highest rate of childhood leukemia in the United Kingdom. So none of this is speculative. This is all, this is all ironclad. It's all solid as steel in terms of the facts. So I understand where Holly's coming from. This is what she thinks of when she thinks of an arms race. And that's actually, you know, not what to think of in terms of an arms race. An arms race actually...
Plus the extraction of all the stuff, you know, the metals and minerals and, you know, mining. They're reopening all the old uranium mines now.
Yes.
For this fancy new nuclear power.
Right. Right.
And that's a dirty, dirty business, boy. On top of the shreds that are left in the face of a convulsing planet. I mean, my God. Yeah, I guess I'm a hippie.
Well, the lithium is actually worse. For those of you who
Cobalt,
think,
they're pretty.
Tell them about the stupid battery-driven cars are like the worst things for the environment. Yeah, tell them.
Yeah. And that's been, you know, coming out more and more, but... Well, and there's a lot of pushback here, too. You see people driving, you know, all day long. I see people driving these monster trucks. It can't be getting more than 10 miles a gallon. The only thing electric is the space-age, you know, 1,000-light dashboard, which controls the whole fucking car.
Yeah.
So that whole giant Hulk is useless if a couple of circuits go and you can't get them back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So there's pushback against the EV thing. And I guess Trump just told Newsom, I don't know if he could with a stroke, but he may have, that, Newsom's all, no more gasoline-powered cars by like 2035 or something.
Uh-huh.
And that makes Californians want to run out and shoot somebody. Even if they have an electric car, The government's telling me what to do. Get a gun. So
go on.
But yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess.
Yes.
And every day now, they're right here, I'm seeing they're really pushing solar battery storage systems for the home. And man, back in the 80s, I crawled around installing solar.
Oh, Jesus.
In
Tell us
houses.
about that.
Oh, God,
Tell
it was
us about
god-awful. It was god-awful and comparatively very primitive compared to, I guess, what's available today. But that was the challenge back then, storing the power that came off the panels for overnight or through cloudy days or blah, blah, blah. So you couldn't just use it exclusively because there was very unsophisticated storage. But now we've got this very sophisticated storage that blows up all the time.
Yeah.
There was just a picture today. I mean, there's pictures every day just rolling basic news that houses blow up, garages, the cars. If the car isn't blowing, the fucking battery charger is. And who wants to go sit at a gas station for an hour every day or something? So they're hardly, unless you can, you're a tech bro and you charge up at work, you kind of got to have a home setup.
Yeah.
So it's terrifying.
Yes, absolutely. But understand where I'm coming from, which is that obviously I understand that here's a good example, one that's almost lighthearted. There are so many things so wrong, not to be a downer, but about the Wakanda, which, the closest. What do you know about Wakanda?
I saw it a long time ago.
Okay, so you saw the film. By the way, there is a film by that title, even though the original
that's what
film,
I thought you meant.
Yeah, the original film was, of course, Black Panther. So Black Panther is where we got our first impression of Wakanda for the general public outside of comic nerds. And
it spun off.
And it spun off to a second film because the actor in the first film, forgive me, everyone out there, I do not remember his name. Young black African-American guy.
I don't either, and he's super big. He's huge.
Well, yes, the blacks love him. He was like,
everybody does.
He's the shit. He's the shit, because he was like Black Panther. He's King T'Challa. I remember the character's name, King T'Challa.
Well, and he did a cable show too, which I never got to see, which was supposed to be very, very good.
It may well have been, but
well written.
Yeah, the poor
is what I mean when I say very, very good, which is such a relief to find on film anymore. Anything actually well written, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
But it was more about contemporary life.
Yeah, but the poor big guy, he died of intestinal cancer, colon cancer,
no, he didn't. Did he?
Yeah,
he's dead. Oh yeah, I think
that's why they had to make Wakanda without him. Otherwise, he would have been in the sequel.
Oh, then I must be thinking of somebody else. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Anyhow, so the poor bastard died of colon cancer, and they use him as an example. Of course, they exploit that poor bastard's death to see why you must get your, and of course I'm not going to discourage people from getting their colonoscopy. I've had it because, I didn't have a choice. And
he probably grew up next to some shitty factory.
That's all too possible. I don't know. Whatever reason is that, look, I got it. I got it because they were saying, you must, you're over 40, and because I'm covered, right? Because I'm covered. And it's, and I was like all for it. Yeah, I want to know that I want to make certain I don't have polyps. Sure, and I had it, and I have no polyps. I'm happy to report. But then I found out when I was talking to my psychologist, not my psychiatrist, but my psychologist, young lady. And when I was talking to her about the first time I had it, where I got sick on bandwidth and was, puking on bandwidth, just dying on bandwidth, dying on my own show. Because I thought I'll just drink this, take the colonoscopy tomorrow, and then got deathly sick on my own show. That's when Peter Moon and Crystal River were both here, and they were both holding it to the best of the ability while I was just flopping like a fish and retching. Do you remember any of this, Holly?
I do. I was there.
You do? You were there?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us. What do you remember? It had to have been hideously funny.
No, and it was a bummer because the show only lasted about 2 hours, and you were, in agony for half of that.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody was all worried, except for Peter.
Of course, you noticed that. You noticed that.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. And what was
He blamed you somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's right. What did he say? You don't
I
remember.
I know. I don't.
Just,
I don't.
But
I'm going on feelings.
Right. No, he definitely was. You noticed that he was, that there was not any sense of, it was just nothing from him in terms of any empathy or anything. There was nothing. It was just.
He wanted it, but he wasn't a big supplier.
Yeah, he wanted it, but he wouldn't supply it. Yeah, you'd never give it out. Yeah.
I always watch for how that balances now in people.
Yes. But
it's one of those things. And the other big thing to watch is how they laugh.
Yes.
Or if they laugh.
Or when they laugh. When.
Yeah.
If.
Oh, yeah.
How. Yes.
And how.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And when it came to what happened was when I was talking to my psychologist about it, like, oh, man, I got so sick trying to take that horrible, stuff to clean your colon out and the colon cleanser. And she was like, and she brought up just casually, without thought. She said, statistically, 95% of the people who take colonoscopies, 95% of the men who take it have, there's nothing to be found. And I was like,
right.
95%! I was like,
right.
I'd play Russian roulette at those odds. I said, Jesus fucking Christ.
Really?
I mean,
if I got paid.
Yeah, I mean, seriously? I mean, honestly, again, I'm not discouraging anyone. Listen to your doctor, not to me. But seriously, statistically, there's no point.
Well, and again, and this is where it compares to the military too. They bill thousands for that test.
Yeah. Yes.
They probably get $10,000 a test.
No, that's the point.
The lab
that's...
and the guy that owns the lab, he's golden because that ain't government.
Yeah. Yes. Just so everyone knows, this is why. Hey, man, you're that age. You might have the polyps.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's the because I was covered, of course. Oh, they were just meant you got to get this. If I were just some random guy off the street and I wasn't covered, it would have been that never would have come up.
You wouldn't have had a doctor to begin with.
Yeah, of course not.
I didn't get a doctor till Obama.
There you go. Jesus Christ.
And
was that
4
the first...
years after it got passed.
Was that the first time in your life? Was that the first time in your life that you had a doctor after Obama?
No. I mean, when I was a kid, I did.
Right. Got it. See, the world was so different. But then after
there was this gap.
Yeah, there was
after
this gap.
18.
That's right.
And we were, we weren't on Medicaid, I don't even know if I guess there was Medicaid. You paid for the doctor.
I don't think that exists. We could look up the Euro Foundation and Medicaid, but when you were a kid and I were a kid, right. I'm not quite sure that even existed. It was other things. Our parents were somehow able to get us to have doctors because we were still under parental care and somehow under some kind of recognition.
Working.
Something. Yeah.
or something.
But
or doctor was like $50, and came to the house. I remember that.
Right. But remember what I told you about my specific situation was that my parents were so suspect about what had happened at the Letterman Army Medical Center that they actually got onto some welfare program where I saw a black doctor from Oakland who was headquartered in Oakland, but he had offices in San Francisco, named Dr. Lenore, Dr. Michael Lenore, who actually did visit our home. And Dr. Lenore was like this black African-American doctor who was involved in treating kids through the welfare system as a pediatrician. So and so
that's a rough calling, man.
Yeah, and so
in any decade, yeah.
But just to show,
was he good?
He did
humane?
his best. I mean, yeah, he did his best. He was trying his best. He's working with an impossible situation. But in terms of, I have positive memories of him. And he later on became, he was later on doing some little YouTube things, just real minor, stuff on YouTube, or some TV appearances that wound up on YouTube, some TV interviews that wound up on YouTube. But these were like TV appearances in like black television, like local Oakland community television or something. But, it brought up the joke of, not only am I a doctor, but I play one on TV. But at any rate, he
it's a knee slapper.
but the point being that it was like what Our Lady Holly is talking about. And in America in those days when Holly and I were children, you could get a doctor. It was some way, if you tried, if you applied yourself, you could get a doctor. Then there was this gap where it was impossible. And so then, like Holly says, it took Obama and Obamacare. But in all fairness, okay, it's not fucking Obama. It was actually Clinton care because it was all established by Hillary Rodham Clinton. All of that is Clinton care.
That's right.
Yeah, and Obama just
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, Obama just inherited it. Yeah, and took the credit and ran. But also the enemy, the Republicans, had every interest in projecting it as Obamacare because this way they could say it's nigger rig. Get what I'm saying? This way they could say,
totally.
Hey man, would you trust this nigger to set up your healthcare? That was their whole approach about it. So go on.
That's.
By the way, they glitched you out. They have glitched you out. We didn't catch a word of that. They glitched you out, so you got to repeat it.
They called them all communists. Freaking communism taking over.
Yes, thank you. Just ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know how many people heard her, but she's basically saying they were claiming it was communism taking over and everything. Are you in a good cell, Holly, where you can get to a better cellular reception would be appreciated? Like, cellular area? Or get your...
Yeah, no.
Poor girl. Oh my God. Honey, Jesus. I think what you're saying is dangerous to them. Man, they are blocking you out. Do us a favor, see if you can get to...
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah. Okay, you're doing a little better now.
What? But I just go... You want to carry on?
Well, I want you to interject.
I'll just go mute and.
I want you to interject whenever you feel like.
I'm not turning off.
Yeah, want you to interject whenever you feel like it. But go ahead and go mute. I'll go into monologue, and by all means, however, I think what we were speaking about was very important.
And
yeah. Obviously, this is an issue that they find threatening, but we were happy to go into it and probably start it with us talking about depleted uranium and all of the dangers to the public. And obviously, we love you dearly, Holly. Stay with us. Interject whenever you can.
I'm not going anywhere.
Good.
Yeah, I will.
And so thank God for Holly, and thank God for all of you who are listening. And of course, we desperately need your support. Let's try to get another $100 in tonight. And with that, I'll start into monologue. But I want Holly to interject whenever she feels like it, as well as Aristides. So the surprise lifting of sanctions on Suraya exposes that Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, which is effectively saying Turkey because Turkish troops occupy every inch of Qatar, are now effectively dictating United States foreign policy, as demonstrated by Donald Trump's foreign policy flip in the Middle East. While this side of the Atlantic, there's been a major victory for Project 2025, as the right-wing culture war scam has come full circle. A new Supreme Court ruling moves toward giving Donald Trump even greater power and shows how the American right has gone from fearing big government to embracing it. Last week, a NYU, a New York University student named Logan Rozos, delivered a short commencement address condemning Israel's brutalization of the Gaza. The beliefs expressed in the address, which quel horreur, or the horror in Francais, apparently departed from university guidelines. They were otherwise unremarkable and at this point widely shared among younger Americans. Instead of quietly moving along from a speech that was received quite well by its audience, NYU, or the New York University, has taken the unprecedented and cowardly step of withholding that student's diploma altogether. The imbroglio is a perfect encapsulation of where the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's cancel culture scam has been headed all along, which is not to the mythical viewpoint diversity disingenuously demanded by the kinds of people who have spent the past decade bizarrely obsessing over minor dining hall controversies at Oberlin College or parsing silly Halloween emails from Yale administrators, but rather to a different, more open and unapologetic censorship regime, one designed and policed by the far right rather than the far left. Now, left-wing ideological excesses at American colleges and universities were always massively overblown. College campuses, after all, cannot and should not be free, well, they should not be anarchic free speech zones, where any maniacal provocateur like Milo Yiannopoulos can come and deliver an outrageous address designed to do nothing other than generate controversy, sense any pushback. You don't actually have a constitutional right not to be protested. And when you visit a college, you are also setting foot in a place where other human beings live and work. You should not always expect your opinions to be received either calmly or warmly. But yes, occasionally the anti-speaker fervor of left-wing student groups went overboard, and in general, some academics and writers on the left should have been more outspoken about maintaining climates of open discourse on campus. I'm thinking in particular of the former IMF, or the International Monetary Fund honcho, Christine Lagarde, pulling out of her Smith College commencement address in 2014 because of protests. At the same time, conservatives in the 21st century have consistently claimed speech rights for incendiary campus speakers that they do not believe should be enjoyed by professors with unfashionable views about Israel and Palestine. And it's worth noting that according to the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, since 2023, students and student groups were mostly targeted by administrators for expression about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that government officials and politicians led more attempts to punish student speech than in any other period in American history that the organization has studied. So to the extent that cancel culture is running amok on college campuses today, it is essentially, in practice, entirely perpetrated by those on the political right. It's also telling that nearly all of the prominent public speakers or figures who made their careers warning about the dangers of woke cancel culture on college campuses have been completely silent as students are not just attacked, but in some cases disappeared into America's immigration gulag for the crime of leading protests or writing op-eds, opinion editorials, with a few prominent exceptions like the Atlantic magazine's Connor Friedersdorf, who to his credit has condemned the new witch hunts against Palestinian activists. Their commitment to campus free speech has turned out to be nothing but empty clout chasing and bad faith. And it should be no surprise that Israel is the leading edge of the new right-wing censorship regime. For more than 20 years, apologists for Israel have sought to shame, blackball, and fire professors who criticize Israeli policy. Today's incarnation of mass silencing Palestinian voices is called Project Esther. But 20 years ago, it was called Campus Watch, which still hosts a webpage that reruns in its entirety an utterly innocuous 14-year-old article from their university's student newspaper about students studying the Arab Spring. It's all the same thing. Something. In this case, it is the accusation that Israel is committing war crimes or genocide in the Gaza is declared beyond the scope of criticism and free speech. And then a million little busybodies start sifting through syllabi, social media, and research to find thought crimes. Academics who study the Middle East are more than accustomed to dealing with this kind of blowback, and many have paid for their views with their careers, without any support from the free press crowd. But what's new is both the effort to silence and harm the career prospects of student dissidents, as well as the coordinated effort to force universities to shutter entire programs of study for fear that criticism of Israel's policies and America's complicity with them might escape containment. What's also new is the effort to strip entire institutions of completely unrelated funding if they do not do the bidding of people whose fragile outlooks cannot bear a moment's criticism of Israel. Administrators must either resist this new MAGA-led witch hunt or watch the independence and freedom of universities disappear, along with their integrity. And that brings us to Humphrey's executioners. To understand how much the American right has changed, consider its journey from fiercely resisting President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's efforts to expand executive power by surpassing them. A Supreme Court opinion, but yesterday, or the day before by now, gave Donald Trump a big win by allowing him to fire members of the so-called independent regulatory agencies. Well, at least they used to be independent. The majority ruled that the president could remove these officials for now, with arguments to come later. The opinion is not conservative in any meaningful sense. It essentially overturns 90 years of precedent, and it does so abusing the court's shadow docket, which means an unsigned opinion delivered typically without oral arguments. Although couched in mild terms as a stay on lower court rulings, this ruling, if it holds, will signal a radical shift that heralds a new era of big government. These agencies, such as the Federal Communications Commission and the National Labor Relations Board, have a hybrid structure established by law. The president appoints members, and the Senate confirms them. They make their own decisions and are not directed by the White House. For the authors of Project 2025, the blueprint for Trump's misadministration, they are a major problem. In 2023, Russell Vought, who's the person I've been hitting on and hammering the past 3 episodes by now if we include tonight's, the real villain behind the scenes, the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, and an intellectual architect of Project 2025, told the New York Times, "What we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them." I lay this out in detail in my recent transmissions about Project 2025. Review them all. The last 2 episodes before tonight, as time-stamped, as soon as you find the time. Not right now, of course, we need you to listen to us live. In allowing the firings of members of these agencies, the right-wing majority will invalidate Humphrey's Executor versus United States, a 1935 Supreme Court ruling. At that time, Roosevelt was looking to seize power for the executive branch, and American conservatives were horrified. The Democrat had found that William Humphrey, a staunch small government member of the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, was an impediment to his agenda, and fired him. Humphrey sued and ultimately triumphed posthumously with a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling agreeing that Roosevelt could not remove him. The right has long resisted centralization of power in our presidency and viewed Roosevelt as a boogeyman. But the MAGA right has embraced his approach, if not his policies. Congress very clearly did not intend for these agencies to ever be under presidential control, but Vought and his circle believe that the structure is unconstitutional. In fact, Vought told Tucker Carlson in November that there are no independent agencies. Congress may have viewed them as such. SEC or the FCC, CFPB, the whole alphabet soup, but that is not something that the Constitution understands. Vought told Tucker Carlson that my interpretation, his interpretation of the Constitution, reads that there are no independent agencies. They are all but branches, ultimately, of all power that resides with the executive. Now, a major objective of Project 2025 is to get the Supreme Court to overturn Humphreys. And now that objective is in sight. The reasoning of yesterday's or the day before yesterday's opinion is sometimes bizarre. The Trump misadministration argues that because these agencies function to execute the law, they ought to be under the control of the executive, that is, the president. The majority wrote that it believes that the misadministration is likely to prove that the agencies do indeed exercise considerable executive power. Having accepted that argument, it concludes that the government faces greater risk of harm from an order allowing a removed officer to continue exercising the executive power than a wrongfully removed officer faces from being unable to perform her statutory duty. Using the term her, so apparently a woman has been fired. In other words, the majority argues that even though the existing system has been in place for 90 fucking years, it is too dangerous to leave in place for even a short time longer and must be set aside. even if the court ultimately changes its mind and reinstates the members after oral arguments. That is not conservative. It neither takes a cautious approach toward change nor conforms to stare decisis. The idea that courts should defer to precedent. As the Justice Elena Kagan wrote in dissent, our emergency docket, while fit for some things, should not be abused to overrule or revise existing law. The majority also excludes the Federal Reserve from its ruling, protecting Fed Chair Jerome Powell, Jerome Powell, who's got the power, from Trump's ire. This is probably a good thing for our nation's economy, but as Justice Elena Kagan notes, the reasoning is flimsy. The carve-out simply reinforces the idea that the right-wing majority is functioning as politicians in robes, willing to assist Trump, but wary of the economic impact of a Powell defenestration. If the ruling stands, the Supreme Court will have decreed a tectonic shift of power from Congress to the White House. The opinion came the same day that the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, concluded that the misadministration is violating the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 by withholding funds appropriated by Congress for an electric vehicle charger program. This change may be coming to number 1 First Street Northeast soon enough. Trump and Vote also want to get the court to declare the ICA unconstitutional. Now, for those of you who do not remember in terms of the acronym of the ICA, which I'm just getting I'm being distracted here by a news flash that Trump is calling Putin crazy after the largest Russian attack on Ukraine. In a rare rebuke, the U.S. president says he is not happy with his Russian counterpart over the latest attacks. I mean, well, it's too fucking late now, you dumb son of a bitch. You've given the fucker everything. At any rate, when it comes to the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority, or the International Compliance Association, or the International Communications Association, or the Interim Corrective Action, these are various things that ICA stands for, and I'm really not sure what they're bitching about when Trump and Vote. I believe it's the immigration issue when they're saying that the ICA is unconstitutional, but it's something that's come up with the court, and I'm trying to look it up, but we can move on. All of these changes, regardless, they may sound dry and academic, but giving new powers to the president will have direct and serious effects on the way Americans live their lives. We can already glimpse what post-Humphreys America will look like, because agency leaders appointed by Trump are already proceeding not as independent actors, but as surrogates for the White House. At the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, Chairman Brendan Carr, who's another Project 2025 author, has abused his power to threaten the broadcast license of outlets that are critical of Trump, and to bully CBS News over an interview with the former vice presidentress Kamala Harris. And just this week, the Federal Trade Commission reportedly sent the liberal watchdog group Media Matters a letter aligning with a lawsuit from Elon Musk's X over a report it published about, quote-unquote, anti-Semitism, the new catch-all phrase on X. Now, Media Matters has, of course, denied wrongdoing. if anyone would be innocent of Judeophobia, which is disguised as anti-Semitism, or anti-Semitism is the cover word, which you should all learn never to use, and to basically disabuse people of any notion they might have about it, anti-Semitism means you're anti-Arabic. Because the overwhelming majority, numbering in the tens, if not hundreds of millions, of Semites are Arabic descent or completely other ethnicities based, if they count on their Semitic religion, people in Indonesia, Aryan Iran. If they're following a Semitic religion like Islam, they can claim anti-Semitism if they're discriminated against or persecuted. But the majority of Jews are ethnically not Semitic. They have nothing to do with Semitism. And the majority of them are not practicing any Semitic religion because the majority of Jews are quite agnostic. So what you have is a situation where you could use the term Judeophobia if you're speaking of Jewish persecution. Anti-Semitism is basically a red herring. It is truly a smokescreen. It's what's called gaslighting. So call it out whenever you run into it. But it's the new boogeyman, and it's what's going to be used as the rationale for silencing us all. If a Democratic administration took the same action that the FCC took against Media Matters, against a similar conservative group, the shouts of censorship from the right would be deafening. With the Supreme Court appearing ready to grant the president this new and total control, the only obstacle to growing authoritarian power is for Congress to defend its prerogatives, to write laws and create structures for agencies that function without White House interference. The current Congress doesn't offer much reason for optimism. But according to Pierre Hashki in World Crunch out of Paris, all the billion-dollar contracts and bling of Trump's visit to the Gulf last week shouldn't blind us to the fact that, his words, Donald Trump pulled off a diplomatic coup, perhaps the boldest of his second term. Surprising even his own Treasury officials, the U.S. president announced in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, that he was lifting all sanctions on Syria, paving the way for the country's reintegration into the international community after the toppling of the dictator Bashar al-Assad in 2024. Now, Syria TV in Istanbul, because of course Syria is too much of a hellhole to hold to house a television station in. You'd only have terrorists raiding it every goddamn day. So people get their TV out of Istanbul in Syria. Reported that the news sent shockwaves throughout Syria. Thousands flocked to squares in Damascus, the capital thereof, Aleppo, and elsewhere to celebrate. For those of you who don't know, Aleppo is where Damascus, the city and capital of Syria, is located. Most of these places along the coast should be independent city-states of their own, or independent micro-statelets, or shall we say smaller nations. But all such having been established, all the people ran there and were waving flags, chanting slogans amidst a sense of joy and hope for what lies ahead, as described by Syria TV in Istanbul. Now, for a country that's been blighted by 13 years of civil war at the cost of at least 500,000 lives and widespread economic devastation, it was a historic moment equal to the joy of the regime's fall. Again, the words of Syria TV, not my own. It was also a enormous coup d'etat for Syria's new dictator, Ahmed al-Sharaa. But Trump, as we know, is unpredictable, and soon after his extraordinary meeting with the Syrian dictator, he was fawning over his young, attractive looks. Trump's words, not mine. And complimenting his very strong rebel background. It's remarkable, to say the least. This is a man who battled American troops in Iraq. And, to quote his Traiykh-Kohk-Goowhll in DRŁ, that's a station and a rag, a communicative medium out of Beirut in Lebanon, until a few months ago, had a $10 million United States bounty on his head. Here referencing, Traiykh-Kohk-Goowhll is referencing Ahmed al-Sharai, a man with a $10 million price on his head, put there by the United States, who had fought against American troops in Iraq. But Trump is saying he's got young, attractive looks and loves him dearly, and that from now on they're sharing pantyhose with each other. Sharai has pulled off quite the image transformation since his rebel group helped overthrow Assad. I wouldn't call it nearly as radical as a sex change, but we could call it a persona change. He's dropped his nom de guerre, his name of war, Abu al-Jolani, and has pledged to turn Syria into a free, tolerant state. Moreover, like countless other Middle Eastern leaders, Sharai knows exactly how to woo Trump. To quote Caitlin Allen on Reaction, that's out of London, it's not every day you hear a U.S. president praising a former Al-Qaeda commander for his tough guy past. But he has reportedly offered American companies exploration rights for Syria's natural resources and floated the idea of constructing a Trump Tower in Damascus. What do you know? Clemens Vergin in Die Welt, that's the German, the Deutschen Sprach, the German language for the world, out of Berlin, warns that Trump has been far too rash in embracing this ex-jihadist. To quote Islamist movements that have come to power have almost always proved disappointing, to say the least. Just look at the autocratic rule of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey. Clearly, sinister elements remain within Syria's rebel coalition, given the recent massacres of Alawite and Druze minorities. It would have been more prudent to retain enough leverage to pressure the regime to maintain a moderate course. But Simon Tisdall, in The Guardian, out of London, concludes that Trump was powerless to resist the lobbying of his Gulf state hosts. Fact is, he now dances to their tune. While Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, which, as I said, is but proxy for Turkey, as Turkish troops, they occupy every inch of Qatar, flattered him with fighter jet escorts and dizzying Boeing deals during his trip last week. They are now effectively dictating United States foreign policy. All three lobbied for sanctions on Syria to be dropped. Trump relies on these petro-monarchies to an unprecedented degree to keep oil prices low, to maintain their colossal investment in these United States. And so he duly obliged. As he made the announcement, he gestured to Saudi Arabia's Mohammed bin Salman and exclaimed, "Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince." In the Times of Israel, out of Jerusalem, Ben Series said that there's one real loser in all of this: Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Prime Minister is being increasingly sidelined by Trump. First, the United States unexpectedly announced it was negotiating with Iran. Then it agreed a truce with the Houthi terror group in Yemen. Now, die Volksfront or the People's Voice out of Amsterdam, observes that Netanyahu has to look on with repressed anger as Trump rehabilitates a man he still considers a jihadi. Netanyahu should have been careful what he wished for. He bound himself too tightly to Trump from the beginning, believing him to be the most pro-Israel president in history. But the truth is, as Shai Goldin notes via the Israel Hayam out of Tel Aviv, that Trump always does what suits him. And now Netanyahu, like a mouse in a gilded cage, that's Shai Goldin's words, not mine, can only watch on powerlessly. So he and the world might yet retaliate against Trump's battering ram and soft spot. No, I'm not talking about the penis by which he fucks the world. I'm talking about Elon Musk, which is the same thing as a prick. If it's a trade war Trump wants, consumers in Mexico, Canada, Europe, and beyond should unite to ensure that Musk and his fellow oligarchs feel the cost. A parliamentary petition to revoke Elon Musk's Canadian citizenship over his Trump alliance has been gaining steam. As the world seeks ways to retaliate against American imperial tariffs, the so-called first buddy, Elon Musk, appears to be high on the list of targets. Musk became a citizen through his, a U.S. citizen, through his Saskatchewan, I think it was his Saskatchewan-born mother, in 1989. But now a petition argues that his alliance with Trump goes against the Canadian Dominion's national interest. As to why it matters, targeted retaliation is designed to give supporters of Donald Trump an incentive to try to persuade him to de-escalate any trade war. The point being that no Trump supporter is closer to the president than Elon Musk. As to what's driving the news, it was yestermenses, or maybe the month before last by now, that the FT, the Financial Times, reported that market Leninist China was slow-walking approval of Tesla's autonomous driving technology, with authorities seeking to abuse that approval as a bargaining chip in trade negotiations with Trump. The point being that the White House, in response to state lawsuits, has said Musk has no actual or formal authority to make decisions himself. Well, in the big picture, a key aspect of negotiating with Trump is being able to influence him directly. So the point would be that it helps explain why a Brookings Institution analysis found that CHICOM, or Chinese Communist retaliatory tariffs, will affect more than twice as many workers in countries, counties in the United States, I mean to say, that voted for Trump in 2024 as workers in counties that voted for Kamala Harris. Yes, the Communist Chinese can pinpoint their retaliatory tariffs to that degree. Similarly, when Trump announced 25% tariffs on all Canadian imports, the Premier of British Columbia, David Ailby, banned alcohol from red states only in government-run British Columbian liquor stores. As to how it all works, Canadian politicians like Aimee have offered a playbook of sorts. Now, Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, said he's ripping up the province's contract with Starlink. That's a unit of Musk-owned SpaceX, explaining that Ontario won't do business with people hell-bent on destroying our economy. Canadian politicians, like the new Democratic Party leader Jagmeet Singh and the Liberal Party leadership candidate Chrystia Freeland, called for a 100% tariff on Tesla imports. As to where it all stands, or at least stood last time I checked, Musk's businesses have substantial international exposure. The United States accounts for less than half of Tesla's total sales, which means foreign governments in general and Communist China on the Asian mainland in particular have a significant amount of control over how many cars he can sell. SpaceX, too, has many foreign clients. Its rockets have launched satellites for countries like Australia, India, Turkey, España, and South Korea, while Starlink's fastest growth is seen in countries like Nigeria and even in Kenya. As to X, Musk's social network, it was found in breach of Europe's Digital Services Act, even as it faces multiple other complaints related to general data protection regulation as well as electoral interference. One point would be that of possible remedies, all of which will be handed down when American imperial relations with Europe are plumbing to historic lows. Well, they range from massive fines to an outright ban. In Tesla's most recent list of risk factors in public filings, there's nothing about Musk's closeness to Trump, but there is a note that Musk's work at DRŊ will end up meaning he spends less time running Tesla, regardless of what he says. As Holly said, DRÂ is still very much in effect, and it's still his baby. The bottom line being that Musk's fortunes have until now seen a boost from his close association with Trump, although that's already started to wane, well, a month and a half ago. In particular, 2 months ago was when it started to really crescendo and then subside. If the rest of the world starts to think of Tesla's, I should say Musk's companies, let's just say Musk, in general, his Starlink, his X, his Tesla, his Boring Company, if the rest of the world starts to think of Musk companies as being a proxy for Donald Trump, and therefore worth attacking, the value of Musk's Trumpiness will even turn negative. Now, in a note last month, the Saxo analyst, Jacob Falkenkroon, wrote, Elon Musk's visionary leadership has been central to Tesla's rise, but in 2025, his political and personal controversies are becoming a major investor concern. Finally, Elon Musk is in hot water with our Canadian neighbors to the north. A parliamentary petition with 200,000 signatures and climbing is calling on Prime Minister, I think this was launched during the time of Justin Trudeau, probably has passed by now, and it was to revoke Musk's Canadian citizenship and passport for threatening Canada's sovereignty by engaging in activities that go against the national interest. Now, as reported by the Canadian press, the British Columbia alternative lifestyle author Qualia Reid, who is transgender, just like Trump's son, and therefore in communication with Musk's son, I mean to say. My apologies there. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is transgender. Musk's son is also transgender. With Trump, his son-in-law, registered on all her official documents as female for decades. Their children with Ivanka are not at all natural. They are all in vitro. With Musk, his son was driven to his sex change by, well, basically one thing that cannot be denied was it was a way to strike back at his dad. For his growing up around an asshole father who kept shitting and pissing all over him for being effeminate. He figured, well, I may as well just become a bitch. Fuck you, Dad. And good for him. Now, it takes another sex change, another transgendered individual who has gone through the sex change, Dhuaīer-ēhl-ppɁ, who launched the petition in Canada's House of Commons, where it was sponsored by parliamentary member Charlie Angus. And this was to recall not only Musk's citizenship in Canada, but to revoke his passport. He may never be allowed to visit Canada again. Musk was born in South Africa, but obtained Canadian citizenship in 1989 through his mother, Mae Musk, who was born in Saskatchewan. The SpaceX CEO and the current advisor to President Trump then went on to become a United States citizen in 2002. Understand that until then, he was in the United States as an illegal immigrant. So the fucker was a wetback. Now, like a growing number of Americans, many Canadians have had enough of Musk's alliance with Trump and his extreme interference at the highest levels of American government. Canadians are also angered by the continued threats to slap high tariffs on goods from their longtime trading partner and ally, along with Trump's outrageous calls to make Canada our 51st state. So this petition, which was launched on February 20th of this year, only needed 500,000 signatures for presentation to the House of Commons at the time that it was launched to garner formal government response. At the time, it was calling on Trudeau to revoke Musk's Canadian citizenship status and his Canadian passport effective immediately. My understanding is that this has gone through and it's been scrubbed from the media, that no one was allowed to hear about the fact that this son of a bitch lost his citizenship status and his passport revoked. He's no longer allowed to travel in Canadian Dominion. And the fact that you're not allowed to hear this, we're never allowed to hear this, it speaks to our nation becoming effectively a dictatorship. But it also exposes the fact that America's oligarchs are Trump's Achilles' heel. America's biggest vulnerability in a new trade war is its highly internationalized oligarchy of ultra-wealthy individuals whose fortunes depend on a global consumer base. The best thing that countries targeted by punitive tariffs can do is condition market access for foreign multinationals and multi-billionaires on fair taxation. Ergo, countries targeted by American imperial tariffs must retaliate with taxes on Elon fucking Musk and all his peers. Through a flurry of executive orders, U.S. President Donald Trump has spent his first weeks in office and ever since trying to dismantle the international order that the United States helped create. Okay, so we're back on with Holly. Did you want to say something? Or someone came off mute?
Yeah, I did. Maybe that's the only weakness of these multinationals that were started by so-called Americans, that the Trump base isn't enough.
Yeah.
If the whole world starts hating on you, then that's a thing, right?
Yeah. Tell them.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I still see the possibility for a renaissance of the world economic situation with America canceled right out of the picture.
Thank you. Bless you. I love you for it.
And
go on.
Yeah, and that hopefully, the oligarchical class will. I think there is probably a lot of things going on behind the scenes in a sabotaging or resistance kind of effect that I can only hope will build. And I guess it has to be financial for any of them to give a shit. These
yes.
people that think they're godlike at this point.
That's right. which is what
And
I
they
would-
really do.
Yeah, no,
With
it's
all
true.
the vaping and ayahuasca and stuff, they really, really do think that.
It's true. Tell them. Yeah. I
They're
mean,
better.
Yeah.
And that was the joke. All the rich guys that I had seen in history growing up weren't necessarily that smart.
That's true. That's right. They're
And-
usually
or
pretty fucking dumb.
politicians.
Yeah, go on.
But they have this mystique that they're where they are because they're smarter than me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what everybody assumes.
Yeah.
Quite wrongly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they got their own crazy.
Yeah.
So I have to remind myself nothing happening now is set in stone because there's so much uncertainty, number one. And and no matter how rich you are in the end, you have only so much control.
Yes. Yes.
So we'll
Thank
see.
you. Thank you, honey. And
Thank you.
Yeah, I want you to know I go into this godlike mania of the
Yes.
the techno bros, the elite moguls of Silicon Valley, and my
They're
latest
better
episode.
than us.
Yeah, that's they certainly believe it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fully.
Yeah.
But it's such a blind spot.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And yes, by all means, I encourage you to interject, but I also encourage you to review those episodes when you get a chance. The parts that you've missed, they are time stamped. You know, the last two, you've heard me say it already to the public, so you get the point. You know, hopefully, I look forward to your review.
And
Yeah.
a little warm.
Say again.
Yeah. No. You've been nipped
Oh, they're glitching you again, honey.
tonight.
Man, they're glitching you again.
You've been magnificent.
Okay, thank you.
But I've got to go pretty soon here.
Okay.
Like 10-minute warning.
Okay.
So I will continue to listen and catching up and talk again on what will it be? Sunday.
We'll look forward to that. Yes.
Yes, very much.
We love
so
you
I'll
too.
go back on mute and continue on,
And thank
or
you.
maybe switch to YouTube.
Sure, you do whichever one works, but I do want you to know how much I
Okay.
appreciate your giving us the forewarning that you can't help financially this month. So this
Yes.
really is important for our listeners to know. Holly can't help us this month. We can't keep relying on Team Dietrich's resources. Team Dietrich is floating Douglas Dietrich, but the rest of you need to help. Team Dietrich can't do
Keep
this alone.
this information coming.
Thank you.
It's precious, and it just isn't anywhere else in this all one stop. You know what I mean? Little bits here and there, but this is the one-stop shop for what you need to know currently and going forward.
Thank you.
So please, 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 and I'll be back online as soon as I get this next big bill moved out.
Understood, honey. Well, we love you dearly regardless, and we
I know
understand
you
your
do.
sincerity. Okay. Bye for now.
All right.
Stay
Carry
safe
on.
and be well. Thank you, honey.
So valuable.
Bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you. Now, under the banner of America First, Trump's misadministration has withdrawn from the Paris Climate Agreement, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations Human Rights Council. And now it is poised to go even further. A sweeping review of all multilateral organizations is underway to determine whether the United States should stay or go. All part of Trump's overall objective to dismantle not just the international order that the United States has helped to establish in a transatlanticist, in a trans-Pacifican sense, but to dismantle the international order in and of itself. To dismantle all order and unleash a world of chaos and conquest, a return to territorial aggrandizement. Trump is also determined to upend the international trade system itself. Less than a fortnight a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks after taking office, he announced steep tariffs, 25% on imports from Canada and Mexico, and 10% on imports from Hongzhonghua, Red China at the time, on top of the levies already in place that were held throughout the Biden administration. Since granting Canada and Mexico a 1-month reprieve in early February, he has signaled that the tariffs are going forward, though seemingly with another month-long delay at the time, and again a drop and an announcement that he's going to be hitting us with tariffs again anyway. He is also, at that time, and it's been a process, it's been so convoluted, it's been almost impossible to follow, announced a 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports, and hinted at additional levies on automobiles, pharmaceuticals, and computer chips. Europe, as well, will soon find itself in the crosshairs. Now, the consequences of the trade war Trump seems determined to stoke will be severe, and not just because of the sheer volume of trade that is at stake. Supply chains today are deeply integrated across borders, accounting for around 0.5%, 50% of intra-regional trade. In many cases, components cross borders multiple times before final assembly. So paying a 25% tariff each time an input crosses a border will quickly ratchet up costs. Now consider Mexico, which has surpassed even the People's Republic of China as America's largest trading partner in goods. Beyond disrupting supplies of Mexicano avocados, a well-known example, tariffs will have serious repercussions on an agriculture sector that supplies 63% of American imperial vegetable imports and 47% of our fruit and nut imports. The automotive industry, one of Mexico's key economic sectors, employing more than 1 million people and contributing around 5% of gross domestic product, will also take a major hit. A recent Standard & Poor's global report showed that Mexico is now the largest source of American imperial light vehicular imports, outpacing the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and Europe. Nissan, for example, sources 27% of its American imperial sales from Mexico, while Honda sources nearly 13%, and Volkswagen, 43%. What should Mexico do? When Trump imposed tariffs on America's neighbors in 2018, Mexicano authorities responded strategically by targeting products from politically significant American states, slapping tariffs on apples, bourbon, cheese, cranberries, pork, and potatoes. But this approach has limitations, especially given the vast size of the American imperial economy relative to our neighbors. Still, Mexico, Canada, and Europe have leverage. America's Achilles' heel is its highly internationalized oligarchy, a small group of ultra-wealthy individuals whose fortunes depend on access to global markets. This vulnerability gives foreign governments influence. The most effective countermeasure is simple: tariffs for oligarchs. Countries must tie market access for foreign multinationals and multi-billionaires to fair taxation. As soon as Trump follows through with tariffs on Canada and Mexico, those countries must retaliate by taxing American imperial oligarchs. In other words, if Tesla wants to sell cars in Canada and Mexico, Elon Musk, Tesla's primary shareholder, must be required to pay taxes in those jurisdictions. Of course, this strategy is explicitly extraterritorial, since it applies tax obligations on foreign actors in exchange for access to local markets. But rather than fearing extraterritoriality, countries should embrace it as a tool for enforcing minimum standards, curbing inequality, preventing tax evasion, and promoting sustainability. Unlike traditional tariffs, an oligarch tax targets those who benefit the most from globalization, multi-billionaires, and the mega corporations they control. It shifts the economic conflict from a battle between countries, which fuels nationalist tensions and economic retaliation, to one between consumers and oligarchs. In other words, this would be almost communist, almost Marxian, a kind of class war, if you will. But I would posit it as a fascistic class war against the oligarchs on behalf of the populations. Moreover, this approach could trigger, instead of a vicious cycle, it will trigger a virtuous cycle. That's what makes it fascistic. With communist class war, well, there's only one objective: massacre the elites, establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. But I'm no communist. I'm a fascist. So instead of a vicious cycle, I promote a virtuous cycle, in which countries with major consumer markets would collect taxes that multinationals have dodged elsewhere, gradually eroding the appeal of tax competition. It would become pointless for firms or individuals to move to low-tax countries because the savings would be offset by higher taxes owed in countries with large consumer markets. The race to the bottom would soon be replaced by a race to the top. That's what fascism is all about. It's why I'm an ideological fascist. How come no one else can think of this? And it's not any sort of megalomania or egotism on my part, I assure you. No one else has ever presented any solutions. But the son of Adolf Hitler does. Trump's return to the White House carries alarming implications, but it also presents an opportunity. This is a moment to rethink international economic relations, calmly, but radically, fascistically. The best response is a new global economic framework that neutralizes tax competition, fights inequality, and protects our planet. Under such a framework, importing countries would enforce tax justice beyond their borders, ensuring that multinational corporations and their multi-billionaire owners pay their fair share. If it's a trade war Trump wants, consumers in Mexico, Canada, and Europe and beyond must unite to ensure that Elon Musk and his fellow oligarchs feel the cost. Trump is making Europe great again. Cast your mind far, far back to November of 2024. Trump had just been elected. Americans were divided and unsteady, but the stock market wasn't. It was thrilled. Stocks hit all-time highs on the news, and the value of the United States dollar surged. The vibes were very different across the Atlantic. European stocks fell, driven by fears of Trump's tariffs, as did the value of the euro. Analysts expected European economies and markets, which had long underperformed their American counterparts, to fall even farther behind. Now, however, the vibes have flipped. American stocks are way down. Growth projections are shaky, to say the least, and the United States dollar is losing value. Meanwhile, European stocks are up. So what happened? The answer to that question, like most questions these days, is Donald Trump. Specifically, the Trump misadministration's unprecedented level of antagonism toward Europe. In the misadministration's first months, it made clear that it's ambivalent about military and economic ties to Europe. The message has been, as Vice President J.D. Vance put it in a recent Signal chat, that the United States is tired of bailing Europe out, and that it's time for the continent to stand alone. That message has been received, especially when it comes to military matters. In the wake of the United States minimizing Russia's aggression in Ukraine and casting doubts about its commitment to NATO, the European Union is now pushing all of its members to raise military budgets and issue debt to fund defense purchases. This kind of defense spending has all sorts of trickle-down stimulus effects, which are juicing Europe's stock markets and making economic experts hopeful about the European Union's economic future. Take the United German car industry, for instance. Trump recently announced 25% tariffs on imported cars, set to take effect on the 3rd of April, at the time that he made the announcement, that made all this repurposing not just likely, but a necessity. The CEO of Rheinmetall, United Germany's largest defense company, toured a Volkswagen plant scheduled to shut down in the fall. Rheinmetall and its suppliers, workers, and partners stand to benefit heavily from increased defense spending. It has tripled in valuation since January and is now worth more than Volkswagen. Sure, it's possible that Europe's pivot to defense may end up more bark than bite. There is already some bickering about the details, especially about who picks up the tab. But the Financial Times Brussels bureau chief Henry Foy told Today, explained, and here I quote as they, if you can get the reinvestment right, get the orders in, make it work, it could be a huge driver for the entire economy at large. The symbol of European industrial greatness exporting all around the world has gone through some really hard times recently with high energy prices, with competition from Red China, with this looming trade war. You're now seeing discussions about converting mothballed car factories into tank factories. And if that happens, Trump will have made good on his promise to usher in an economic boom like no other. It's just that Washington's Cold War 2.0 will be a boom in Europe instead of in America. America will miss Europe's dependence when it's gone, as Grönland becomes a new front line of surveillance. European self-reliance for security will cost these United States jobs, profits, and influence. But Trump donors are eyeing massive profits if the Grönland land grab succeeds. Again, Grönland is the new front line of surveillance, meaning the Cold War's front line between Europe and America as enemies. And I take it George Knight might be ready to join us. Let's see if he's joined the call. Holly's still on with us and is welcome to talk anytime she wishes, should she be able. But George Knight, of course, has responded to some of the links I've sent him, and hopefully will be able to join us later in the evening. In the meantime, let me check out and see which ones he's responding to here. There we go. Yes, we have real... he just hearted the link I sent about the record number of Americans applying for British citizenship. New data from the UK government showed applications surged in the first 3 months of this year, which some analysts attributed to, well, basically political immigration. It's a form of political... these are people who are sanctuary seekers. They're seeking asylum from the politics of the United States, which is more of the insane asylum variety. Taking a look into our friends in the chat room. Everybody, I'd like to see more activity. Participate more in the chat. Don't be afraid. Thank you for the upvotes. And, of course, for concurrent viewers, we're actually doing well with more subscriptions. Continue to spread the word. The son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, providing solutions to not just your problems, but those of all the world. Well, the world's problems, at least. Solving the world's problems may not help you with yours, but then, hey, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The Vulcan philosophy, taken from Confucianism, by Gene Roddenberry, who was fascinated with my Taiwan. Had been sent on a bombing mission over it, and it changed his life. So, the United States has long had a clear message to its European allies. Do more! Spend more on defense. Shoulder more risk. Accept more inconvenience. Spurn Soviet and Russian natural gas. Catch Kremlin spies. Push back against communist-led trade unions. Send European armed forces to fight in American imperial wars. Well, the list was long. Europe's contribution was never enough. Indeed, discontent about burden sharing precedes the founding of NATO. At a 1949 Senate hearing on American imperial accession to the alliance, Secretary of State Dean Acheson was asked if this would mean substantial numbers of troops over there. He responded, "The answer to that question, Senator, is a clear and absolute no." The assumption at the bloc's founding was that American imperial support was a bridge to European self-reliance. 10 years later, President Dwight David Eisenhower complained that self-reliance wasn't happening. According to a 1959 memo, he said, "Our forces were put there on a stopgap emergency basis. The Europeans now attempt to consider this deployment as a permanent and definite commitment." He complained that allies were trying to make the United States a sucker. Every American imperial president since then has reiterated the same complaint, none more so than Donald John Trump. But behind Washington's repeated call for Europe to do more usually came a second one. Not like that! The worst kept secret of transatlantic security policy is that from the dawn of the Cold War, the Third World War in practice, the United States sought not only to bind Europe into a common defense against the Greater Soviet Union, but also to keep it in a state of tutelage. That meant strangling all attempts to build independent European defense structures or strategies. Some Europeans have resisted this. In 1958, le French President Charles de Gaulle requested a tripartite NATO Directorate for Nuclear Strategy. When Great Britain and the United States refused, he withdrew the French Navy's Mediterranean fleet from NATO command and withdrew permission for American imperial nuclear weapons to be stationed on French territory. The United States Air Force had to hurriedly shift 200 warplanes out of France. In 1963, he withdrew the country's Atlantic and English Channel fleets from NATO command. In 1966, he demanded that all NATO bases be removed from French territory and pulled France out of the alliance's command structure. Note that 1963, when Charles de Gaulle withdrew France's Atlantic and English Channel fleets from NATO command, was the year my sister was born. That 1966, when he demanded that all NATO bases be removed from French territory and pulled France out of the alliance's command structure, was when I was born. The year Americans were expelled from France itself. At that time, an American diplomat asked Charles de Gaulle, "What about all the Americans who died here fighting for France in 2 world wars? Will we disinter their bodies and ship them back to the United States as well?" At which point Charles de Gaulle, left speechless for a change, simply ushered him to the door. Now, the threat from the Greater Soviet Union overshadowed even these tectonic shifts in geopolitique. Few doubted that, in the event of a military conflict, France would fight alongside NATO allies. When the Greater Soviet Union dissolved in 1991 and the threat from Moscow appeared gone, and as NATO allies grew impatient with American imperial leadership that was overambitious in some places, overly hesitant in others, European allies began to assert their own priorities. A signal event was the 1998 Franco-British Cooperation Agreement signed at Saint-Malo in France. And the Saint-Malo Agreement stated that the European Union, to which Great Britain in those days still belonged, must have the capacity for autonomous action backed up by credible military forces, the means to decide to use them, and a readiness to do so in order to respond to international crises. Then United States Secretary of State Madeleine Albright responded by firmly telling NATO allies that Europe's nascent efforts to cooperate on security should mean no diminution of NATO, no discrimination, and no duplication. The advocates of European defense have had a rocky ride in the quarter century since then. The more France talked up strategic autonomy, emancipation, and other buzz phrase concepts, the more Great Britain and other Atlanticist members of NATO pulled back. As Julian Lindley-Funch, the chairman of the Alphen Group, told the press, the EU's common security and defense policy generated more woods than warriors. Now, all that has changed. Spooked by Russia's war in Ukraine and transatlantic ructions, the Europeans are serious, deathly serious, about taking care of their own defense and security. The war of words is raging. University of Oxford historian Timothy Garton Ash writes of America the Horrible. British House of Lords member Andrew Roberts decried the sheer brutality of the Trump misadministration's misbehavior, which he said had thrust Great Britain into utterly uncharted territory. United German Chancellor-elect Friedrich Merz now Kanzler of Die Neue Vereinte Deutschland, the New United Germany, a longtime supporter of German Atlanticism, calls for United German independence from these United States. The EU Foreign Affairs Chief, Kaja Kallas, who was previously the Prime Minister of ultra-Atlanticist Estonia, has declared the free world needs a new leader. Current woes are only the start. What happens when the White House not only pulls out of supporting Ukraine, but dismisses Russia's next European invasion as a mere border skirmish, unworthy of American imperial involvement? Or worse, what if a Russia-aligned White House actively opposes European action to aid the invaded country? Washington would disable any weapons that use American imperial high technology, cut off access to satellites and other critical infrastructure, and shut down NATO's United States-run headquarters. For now, the biggest shift is in decision-making. Dismay, disgust, and growing dread have shocked Europeans into ending the disagreements among themselves that have hamstrung European security since the United States sabotaged the Anglo-French-Israeli invasion of Egyptus during the 1956 Suez Crisis. At the time, the French decided never to trust the Americans again. The British decided never to have another transatlantic row. Today, the former European Atlanticists, who for decades acted as a skeptical, pragmatic brake on any talk of a European army, defense budget, military headquarters, or intelligence service, have become the accelerators of change. In February, the Dutch Foreign Minister Caspar Veldkamp proclaimed, "We have all turned into Gaullists." Talks are advanced on a new defense and security pact between the European Union and Great Britain, which will end a 9-year post-Brexit blight in cross-channel relations when, well, I believe it was likely to be signed in May. This month, ministers from Great Britain regularly attend European Union summits, as do those of the non-EU or non-European unionized Norway, which, for those of you who don't know, like Great Britain, well, unlike Great Britain, was never part of the European Union in the first. Big EU member states, such as United Germany and France, which have jealously guarded their national security interests over Brussels' meddling, are now more willing to see the European Commission, led by the former German Defense Minister Ursula von der Leyen, take the lead with joint borrowing, new agencies, new powers, and new scope. All this has practical consequences. For a start, this is a terrible time to be selling United States-made weapons or any kind of high-tech system in Europe. Trump has publicly mused on restricting the features of a new 6th-generation F-47 fighter jets sold to allies, saying, "We'd like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right?" Worries are also growing about a so-called kill switch on United States-built weapons that would allow Washington to unilaterally restrict, for example, access to software and data systems. This United States, or should I say American imperial technological veto, previously stopped Ukraine from using British Storm Shadow missiles, which contain United States-made guided systems, against targets inside Russia itself. Trump's loose lips are sinking deals. Portugal and Canada are reportedly considering canceling part of their purchase of Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II stealth fighters. Having seen Elon Musk withhold satellite service to Ukraine, Italia has backed out of acquiring Starlink. The Danes are debating whether Trump's threats to Groenland mean they should choose the Franco-Italian SAMP-T NG aerial defense system over United States Patriots in a contract due to be signed later this year. British arms manufacturers have gone on a marketing offensive, highlighting their Trump-proof supply chains. Plans are also advancing for a major European financial instrument to fund defense. Now, a full disclosure moment here. I am one of the primary proponents of a proposal for a European rearmament bank, with everyone on Team DRዘለዎ and any regular reviewer all too aware of my having been plagiarized. A key condition? Only contracts with European arms manufacturers will be financed. All this will not only cost United States jobs, profits, and taxes, it will erode American imperial influence over Europe as well. Intelligence sharing has been another bastion of American imperial influence in Europe. For decades, the vast capabilities of the CIA, the DIA, our Defense Intelligence Agency, the NSA, our National Security Agency, and other agencies have given the American side the upper hand in relationships with their European counterparts. Leads from the United States side have helped countries such as Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, and Estonia catch Russian spies. In return, European agencies were glad to help out with any niche capabilities that might prove useful. No longer. European spy masters now think twice about sharing their choicest morsels with American imperial counterparts. Referring to the president's daily brief, the highly classified daily distillation of the United States intelligence community's most topical secrets, one European intelligence official said, "Suppose it ends up in the PDB, Presidential Daily Brief," and he blurts it out. Europeans also worry about the misadministration's capriciousness. They saw intelligence sharing with Ukraine turned off in order to punish the government in Kiev for its reluctance to follow along with American imperial ceasefire plans. Suppose the White House decides to give another European ally the same medicine. European intelligence efforts were once mocked. Now they are gaining budgets, clout, staff, and expertise. Sure, the transition is going to be messy. Europe is still woefully short of troops, tanks, artillery, munitions, logistics, surveillance, and other assets needed for a solid conventional defense. It also lacks the aero power and long-range weapons needed for effective conventional deterrence. Even providing a modest reassurance force in a post-ceasefire Ukraine looks fanciful without American logistical and other support. Compensating for that will require an imposing display of political unity that has to say, "Don't mess with us," plus convincing plans for rearmament, conscription, and nuclear posture. Europeans must also get to grips with Russian attacks below the threshold of outright war, sabotage of infrastructure, cyber attacks, dirty money, and propaganda. All that will mean not just the sacrifice of some national political sovereignty and a bonfire of other taboos, but also higher taxes, lower living standards, and less generous public services. But the trajectory is clear. The more Trump proclaims America first, the more Europeans hear Sauve qui peut, save himself who can, and stampede away from the wreckage of an alliance that they wrongly took for granted. Every step in that direction creates more clout for Europe and less leverage for these United States. As von der Leyen noted recently, reality is a strong ally, and reality is pushing hard for change. Paradoxes abound. The United States will end up with something it always wanted to avoid: a lean, mean, muscular, independent-minded Europe. Indeed, it would not be too fanciful to build a monument to Trump in central Brussels, setting him alongside the founders of European unity such as Jean Monnet, Robert Schuman, and Simon Veil. It's not all bad. This new entity, one might even call it the United States of Europe, may be a capable, effective partner for future American imperial administrations in dealing with the Communist Chinese Empire, combating climate change, and more. But it will be far more a partnership of equals on other issues, such as global financial management, conflict in the Middle East, and international law. Europeans will have their own ideas and their own priorities. They will assert them unhesitatingly and perhaps uncomfortably. The era of tutelage came at a price, but Americans will miss it when it's gone. Because Trump's deal will plunge the world into war. United States President Donald Trump's 7-point proposal for ending the Ukraine conflict may be many things, but it most certainly is not a peace plan. It is a blueprint for more war. Surrender, capitulation, betrayal, appeasement, abandonment. These are the words that better describe the egregious apology of a peace deal that the Trump misadministration is currently hawking around Europe. For rather than attempting to address the fundamental causes of the conflict, namely Russia's unprovoked invasion of a sovereign state, Trump and his band of fellow travelers have reached the perverse conclusion that the best way to achieve peace in Ukraine is by rewarding Russian dictator Vladimir Putin for his blatant act of military aggression. That certainly seems to be the essence of the terms presented in the one-page document given to Western diplomats meeting in London, yestermensis, last month. It proposes allowing Putin to keep nearly all the Ukrainian territory he has seized since launching his initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014, while giving the Ukrainians, who are unquestionably the innocent party in this conflict, next to nothing in return. By far the most outrageous suggestion made in the proposal, which Trump called his final offer, is that in return for Russia halting hostilities along the current front lines, Washington would agree to de jure recognition of Russian control of the Crimea. In addition, Russia will enjoy Washington's de facto recognition of all the territory in eastern Ukraine that Moscow has captured, occupied, and illegally annexed during the past decade or so. This concession not only rewards Putin's decade-long military effort to destroy Ukraine's independence, it is a flagrant breach of one of the key pillars of the post-war international order, which decrees that the sovereign integrity of any nation is inviolable. If Russia is allowed to drive a coach and horses through such a fundamental premise of international law, then what is to stop Red China from seizing my Taiwan, or Argentina, the Falkland Islands? Far from being a prescription for future peace, Trump's capitulation to Moscow lays the foundations for all future conflict to come. Other aspects of Trump's so-called peace deal are equally unpalatable to anyone who supports the principle of defending Ukrainian sovereignty from Russian aggression. Apart from requiring Kiev to surrender its territory, the deal demands that Kiev abandon its aspirations to join the NATO alliance. In return, an ad hoc collection of European countries, no doubt a reference to Sir Keir Starmer's Coalition of the Willing, will commit to providing a robust security guarantee to protect Ukraine from any future acts of Russian aggression. As Trump's deal makes no mention of the United States providing any military support for such a force, one of Starmer's key requirements, the proposition already looks dead in the water. Trump is also offering Putin some important incentives for agreeing to the deal, such as the lifting of American imperial sanctions that have been in place since 2014, and the offer of future economic cooperation in the energy and industrial sectors. It almost bugger-fucks belief that Trump, who took office vowing to end the Ukrainian conflict in, his words, 24 hours, could produce a document that is not just so deeply flawed, but one that constitutes such a blatant threat to world peace. Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, apparently produced this mockery of a peace deal, having had 4 hours of talks with Putin in Moscow the month before last. To judge by the eventual outcome, the most charitable view of the American imperial envoy's endeavors is that he simply took dictation from the Russian dictator. Putin will certainly claim this deal, assuming he even agrees to it, justifies his warmongering in Ukraine, which has already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives and left large tracts of Ukraine uninhabitable, as surely as Chernobyl did. Or I should say that it has left large tracts of Ukraine uninhabitable as surely as did Chernobyl. More importantly, it will allow Russia's battered and exhausted military to regroup and prepare to engage in future aggressive acts against Europe's borders, safe in the knowledge that even if such attacks occurred against NATO member states, he has nothing to fear in terms of any American military response. Suddenly, Trump's quip, made during the presidential election campaign, that he would encourage Russia to attack NATO allies in Europe who did not make adequate financial provision for their defense, deserves serious consideration by Washington's erstwhile European allies. Given this misadministration's open disdain for European concerns, which saw American Imperial Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Witkoff withdraw at the last minute from the London summit on the peace proposal, European leaders need to take a leaf out of Ukraine's book and acknowledge that the American empire can no longer be trusted to protect their interests. Okay. And Holly Kiefer says, priceless analysis again, D. Gotta go to YouTube now. Listening and countless thank yous. Love you dearly, honey. And most blessed be. Stay safe and be well. Let me send her a kiss, and we'll be on our way. Emoji kiss, I mean to say. Here we go. All right, there you are. And with that, let's check who's in on the call and how our listeners are doing. It's just Aristides and I now. And with that, we'll, at any rate, judging by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's initial response to Trump's offer, Ukraine is likely to conclude that it is better to continue fighting than suffer the national humiliation of surrendering its territory to the motherless Russian Empire. And if European leaders need any further evidence that they must safeguard their own future security needs, then the Ukrainian peace deal devised by Trump's misadministration of Mavericks should give them all the persuasion they require, especially when the Pentagon is considering a big change in how the United States handles its military and security interests in Grönland. In interim, Grönland is sparking global alarm amidst a Pentagon power grab. The Ukraine and these United States have outlined a rare earth minerals deal, but Zelensky wants security guarantees. Rare earths being the key to just about everything, and the very reason the United States may shift the Arctic Command. They're not actually that rare, but their importance to almost all modern technologies cannot be overstated. While Trump said Zelensky was to sign his minerals deal, the Kremlin called the peacekeeper proposal a deceit, as the Pentagon's bold push to shift Grönland sparks USA control fears.
Douglas.
Yes, George
Douglas,
Knight,
hello,
welcome
can you hear
aboard.
Me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for interjecting.
Thank you so much. Yes. Hello. How are you? I'm so glad to be with you, Douglas.
Oh, you have
so
no
good
idea.
To speak to you.
You have no idea how glad I am that you're with us. I assure you. So
yes.
Let me. You figured it out. So you know what to do now. You just push that little phone icon, and it brings you onto the call whenever I'm transmitting. Yeah. Okay, to call everybody. That's right. And
thank you.
So we're so glad that you've always had Microsoft Teams, so you're somewhat familiar with it through work.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, thankfully, what I had to do, because I made a Microsoft Teams account a few years ago, but which I've never used. But unfortunately, I was hoping to be able to use my actual work account, but it wouldn't allow me to, and I couldn't add anyone. It was only a private. It's marked up as my company PLC, so I couldn't use it for external uses. It was only for internal use. So I added my old account using my Microsoft account details, and thankfully that was how I was able to. But I didn't have to add anyone because it was just transferring everyone from Skype over to Teams. I was like, that's just perfect. So it records all our chats, all our private messages. I was like, that's just terrific. So all they've done is just transfer us over. So thankfully it all works, and I'm able to join now, Douglas, so I appreciate that. And how have you been?
Well, much the better for speaking with you, I assure you, and looking forward to speaking to you privately soon, so that we can just catch up with each other. I mean, you know, I don't have too much to tell you on my side, but I'm definitely excited to hear what might be going on with yourself. And and by the way, for our listeners, because our listeners do enjoy to get to know people personally, whatever you're comfortable sharing, catch our listeners up right now on what's been going on with you. Again, whatever you're comfortable sharing, you know, your personal status report are your family and yourself generally all right?
Yes, no, I'm all good, thank you, Douglas. It's actually a bank holiday Monday, and we've had several throughout the May period. Nothing to attain to World War II and VE Day and the anniversary or anything like that.
Were you able? Did you get any chance to review some of my time-stamped episodes at all?
I really haven't had much time, Douglas, so I do apologise. It was because once May came into effect, once we rolled into the May period, the May month, Microsoft Skype, I wasn't able to access it. It just came up with these error messages. Then one day popped up, Nemo put a message in, so I clicked on it, and then I was able to jump on, and that was when I messaged you literally the other day, saying, Douglas, can you receive my messages on here still? And that was when, thankfully, you told me, oh, no, I am always here just move over to Teams. And
Yeah.
so what I did was I added my my old account onto my Teams on my phone. So that's where I'm talking from right now. I'm actually walking at this moment, Douglas. So I can't be on for very long at this moment because it's a bank holiday Monday. I'm actually heading to the gym. And
Oh,
but I
excellent.
wanted to come on just to test this. It's like a little testing. Trying to, but it's very quiet. It's like it's gone 6 a.m. in the morning and
I was about to
nobody's
ask.
out.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
nobody's out.
What time does the
And,
gym
yeah,
open, or is it just like 24 hours? Are there 24 hours?
About half six it opens. Yes.
Okay,
So
excellent.
yeah, so unfortunately I won't be able to stay on for very long. But I wanted to just jump on, say hi, and just like it's wonderful to speak to you, and thank you for having me on. And just say hopefully I'll be able to join you on Wednesday's show a bit longer.
Excellent.
So
But
we're able to go into some.
well, right now is what? Forgive me. You just confused me there for a second. You're right. Wednesday. Okay, so
Yes.
that'll be like Thursday. I was thinking
Tuesday.
on your
Yeah,
time.
Thursday
Yeah,
my
your
time.
Thursday show,
Yes.
right? Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, but believe me, we look forward to that. You have no idea how
Yes.
much, and hopefully
Thank
you
you.
can stay on longer. But believe me, as glad as you are to be on, I'm certainly
Yes.
glad to hear your voice. You have no idea
Yes.
how comforting it is. I'm not quite sure how long it's been, but has it been a month?
A few weeks. Yeah,
few weeks.
It has been since since April, I think. Yeah, since April, since the transitional period between
Right, since May
moving from-
May 4th at least. Yeah, since when the
Yes,
transition was May
exactly.
4th. So it feels like a month.
Yeah.
And so it has been in effect essentially. But yeah, it's been definitely. So
Thank you.
that being said, believe me, I'm excited to of course, I'm so excited to have you on. I forget immediately
Yes.
exactly what it was I wanted to talk to you about. I do want you to
Yes,
know
there's so much.
that the
Yes.
last time that I was speaking to you and I was showing you some of my notes, and they were about Thea.
Yes,
And,
Thayans. Yes.
Thea.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. You pronounce it better. You pronounce it the way it should be pronounced.
No.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, the in Greek the H is usually silent, and it's usually added by the foreign languages who take the Greek H and they literally give voice to it, but the inflection's not needed. So when it says Thea, it really should be pronounced Thea, exactly as George and I is pronouncing it. So believe me, I have not forgotten. I've been working on those notes quite a bit. So I'm still
I'll add that to the book.
Yeah,
Yes, I'll
yeah.
add that to the book.
Or at least elements of it.
important.
Yeah. Obviously, there's elements of it that are more applicable to your book than others, and I'll let you decide which. But certainly,
Yes.
I'm just still working on that, and it's where every time I get a spare moment, I do turn towards that and work on it. So
Thank you,
just be
Douglas.
patient with me. It is
Yeah,
not
no,
forgotten.
not at all. There's
Yeah.
plenty of time. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
And
you're able to reach me a bit more, because I haven't got to rely on a separate tablet to connect to the internet. You can actually communicate with me directly through this, so this is even better.
Excellent.
So I won't be able to miss anything.
Oh,
Hopefully,
good.
when you're available for a private chat,
Yeah.
I'll be able to receive the incoming messages. So I will be able to sort something out. Just depending on who I'm with and where I'm around and what I'm doing, what my duties are.
Of course.
But we'll make time.
So the
Yes.
only thing I'm concerned about is, and maybe
Yes.
Aristides can help us out here. Aristides, if you're still with us, is like, obviously, what George needs to do is just like with the Skype, he was finally able to get his Skype to send him notifications whenever we had entered messages to him. With Microsoft Teams, however, it's different. So say, for instance, I'm trying to get his attention or your attention,
Yes.
Aristides, because I noticed Aristides didn't answer my latest note sent to Aristides until he finally came online for the show. So it was like the latest. I sent him a message shortly after the last transmission, but he didn't answer it till this transmission. So I don't think he's
Yes.
getting the notifications for it either. So how do we make Microsoft Teams give notifications, or we just have to keep checking into Microsoft Teams and make
it sure does.
Okay.
Hey George.
Yeah.
You should be able to set it to give you notifications for all that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's just that might have been a me problem. I think my notifications were on,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
or I saw it and just I don't know, passed out or forgot or something.
Well, if you can figure out how you make the notifications show up, so then explain. On
phone
Teams.
or what? What do you want?
With yourself, George? Would it be your phone or your tablet? It'd be your tablet.
It'll be my phone.
Your
Yes,
phone?
my phone.
Okay.
Yes, my phone.
What type?
So it's on. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't access it for some bizarre reason on my tablet. Teams does not seem to load up. I think it's because my probably it needs an update, a systems update.
That makes
It's
sense.
not at the latest. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so old and it's not inoperable. It's not conducive. So my phone is the latest. So it makes more sense just to keep using my phone. But it's with me 24/7.
Okay. So he needs it
yeah.
over his phone, Aristides. And by the way, do you have each other's emails?
What type? Yeah, we can get up an email. But what type of phone, George?
Oh, it's an iPhone. It's an iPhone.
Okay.
It's the latest.
I have iPhone and I got Teams, and it should be very easy for you to get the notifications once you're in. If you're in the chat already, or engaged with the things. You should be able to check on the phone and make sure you're getting.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
In the iPhone settings, make sure they're on.
Yes. And I do apologise because I'm out in the open. I'm getting some, there will be cars driving past me, so I do apologise. I don't want to. Yeah.
You sound fine. Your audio is excellent. Or is it because you're pressed for time? Do you need to step into the gym as soon as possible to begin your workout?
I've probably got another 10 minutes, hopefully, Douglas. That would be brilliant. Yeah, I just wanted to take the opportunity to come on and say hello and that, just to test the audio and test that I can come on and actually speak publicly on air, which will be
absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Well, we've got a lot to catch up on, most certainly. And there were several things that I wanted to show you. It's like when you visit a doctor and all the symptoms disappear. I mean, I forget exactly what it was I wanted to tell you. There was a whole bunch of things I keep telling myself in my mind, oh, you got to mention this to George. But Aristides, thank you for that information for George. And I'm sure George will be able to look, but don't be afraid to send him some links or something to help him.
Yeah, George, just get in touch.
Yes, thank you, Aristides. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you. And that reminds me of work, Douglas. Oftentimes people will report issues with their internet line, and then we show up and it's all working, and we're like, but there's nothing wrong here.
That's
it's a bit like that.
Oh, they must be so frustrated when that happens. I mean, how do they?
Yeah, they're like, oh, sorry, it wasn't working before you showed up, but then you showed up and it's working.
That's funny.
Oh, that's my job.
Tell them that it's my simply showing up is what makes it work. We're miracle workers
exactly.
like that. Yes.
My presence. Yes. The energy. Yes.
But definitely, Aristides, I don't think that we can casually ask George to get in contact with us that easily. He needs to do so by if he sends you something through the Microsoft Teams. You think you're pretty confident you'll see it then. If he does send you.
You know what, Douglas? Yeah. And do you know what, Douglas? When I woke up this morning, I had so many notifications that the show was going live.
And
so that was just terrific. Even though, because I switched between two accounts on Microsoft Teams, I was still getting notifications through through this chat, through this, from this domain. So I was like, yes. So even if I'm not signed into this account, the one I'm using right now, I'll still get the notification, which, I appreciate it. So then if you ever need to contact me, I should be able to see it straight away.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Which is brilliant.
Yes, it is. And again, you have no idea how important it is that we maintain contact simply because of everything going on. A lot more that I need to catch everybody up on. So I'm so glad that Nemo sending you something helped you become aware of, again, how to work with the system. And aside from that, I'm really excited that you're re-engaging in your workout program. And how are things going? Are you bulking up again? You're gaining?
Trying to lean down a little bit. Yes, trying to cut down a little bit. Yes, but just maintain overall health. That's the main thing.
I can't imagine you gaining much weight. You're too active to be gaining much weight.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. I'll have to overconsume like I once used to with food, but yeah. So no, I'm not pursuing that lifestyle like I did years ago, going back a decade ago. I want to, just look healthy and fit, and then just feel strong and healthy. That's That's the goal and objective. That's the But feeling great though, Douglas. And I'm pretty much, apart from a few walkers with their dogs, there's not many people out, which is very eerie. It's quiet. It's bank holiday. Most people enjoy the lay-in on a Monday bank holiday.
Yes.
Because it's a shorter week. But people in Britain, the culture is a lot of people like to overindulge with drink over the weekend. So probably there's a few hangovers. Whereas I'm bright up and early going to the gym. Sad me. But I feel but I'd rather be like that than
Yes.
One of these people who just has the day ruined by overindulging in that activities. Yeah.
Well, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Yes.
We know what
Yes.
it's like. Yeah.
Oh, that was like me when I went to Wembley. Yes, I was gone for the next day. Yes. I was unfunctional. Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
but
Don't want to get like that again.
I do want you to know that we were almost it was Aristides who saved the program by helping us
Yes.
find out exactly how to get people on these calls. So the only
Yes.
reason you can
Yes.
just push that button so easily and get on was thanks to Aristides finding out how it was done. So
Yes, it's not easy, is it? I noticed that. You have to call people. It's like, that's not joining a current call. That's like calling people. So it's very misleading, so to speak.
It's weird. It's
Yes.
weird. And
Yes.
I'm certain there was logic behind what they did, but with the more we look
Yeah.
at some of these other options out there, they really aren't all that more, shall we say, streamlined. They're all kind of fucking
streamlined,
clunky,
yeah.
really.
Yes,
And
yes.
so it's just another thing that I have to pay for and to make my listeners aware of. Again, this is the opportunity.
You need money for that.
Yeah,
Yes.
to remind my listeners that I have to pay $10 extra a month to keep this Microsoft
Jeez.
working. We'll make it cheaper in a month or two by subscribing for a year's worth of Microsoft. So but it still costs about $100, but it's going to be like $20 cheaper than paying $10 for 12 months. So it's just what we need to do. We can't afford to do that this month or next month or the month after.
No.
Maybe the month after we can, but we'll figure it out. But we'll do a full year subscription, and that way I won't need to keep pumping $10 out of my card into this. But I do want people to know that we need more support than ever because things are just getting more expensive and they're charging for everything.
They are.
Yeah.
Yes.
And other than that, I want people to understand that if you haven't, because George Knight hasn't been on in a month and we've gotten new listeners, I want you to know George Knight is our man in England, and he is a engineer that, I guess, again, a systems engineer is the term I grew comfortable using, but we could also say fiber optics engineer, fiber optic systems engineer,
yes.
or 5G.
Yeah, exactly.
Would it be appropriate to call you 5G engineer, or you're afraid that?
I mean, you can do it. It's not really the field that I really work in, but it was something that they made us aware when I joined, obviously, because of the operations that was being conducted by a lot of like vigilance, and just to make us aware of it. But I mainly just deal with the fiber optics, the actual cables connecting people to the fiber optic network, which is a separate network to the 5G telephone masks.
Got
so
it.
I deal with actual cables. Yeah.
Fiber optic systems engineer.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm fully aware of it. Well, it's in with our company's means to do that. So it is, part of our responsibility to enroll that and to get people connected to the 5G network. Yes.
Excellent.
It's one of our objectives.
And there's still so much work to do. England is so
There's
far
still
behind.
Very, very decades compared to like Japan and Eastern Europe. Yeah. So it's going to be a few more years, but we're on track. That's what they're keeping telling us. We're on track, and there's no concern or worry about me losing my job anytime soon.
That's for sure.
Like me. Yes, that's the main thing.
Sure,
yes. Job security. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I'm probably
Yeah.
I'm the top of the list. I'm not at the bottom, so thankfully, yes.
Yes, thank God. Yes. Well, there was never any doubt. Your quality of work. There's no question about it.
Thank you.
I'm still angry about the fact that you indeed risk your life at times with the heat stroke in particular, and how your fucking brother-in-law was coming down on you like you had conspired that. Like, why did you get heat stroke? Yeah. What a fucking what a piece.
Yeah, the solution the solution was just to wear a baseball cap. Like, how's that going to protect me from the sun when Dr. Mosley, who died last year on the islands of Greece, he passed out and died literally trying to find shelter from the shade from the sun.
Jesus
and he
Christ.
passed away from heat stroke. Yes. And he's a doctor.
Yeah.
He's a doctor. He should
Yeah.
have known that, but the fact that his wife just allowed him to stroll back to the apartment without any mobile, communication device, that's like beyond me.
It's amazing. We all think it doesn't matter how educated we are. We all it's amazing what we push ourselves. We take it. Oh, I can do it. I can do it. And
I can do it. Yeah, it's not gonna happen to me. Yeah, that mentality. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
and people can wind
I
up
thought he
paying.
was immune.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and people can start paying. They pay for that with their lives, and but
Yes.
you know better. I
Literally.
mean, you're one of those people who
Yes.
knows much better, even than the doctor, because you know why? Because he doesn't have that visceral sense of physical. You at least are
Yes.
physically in your body. You're in your body
Yes.
through your workouts. So you begin to
Yes.
get a real intimate knowledge of what you can handle and what you
Yeah.
can't.
Exactly, Douglas.
Something which a
Yeah.
doctor
Thank you.
actually does not do, and they're
No.
too much out of their body. They're too much in their heads, and that cerebral nature it alienates you from your body, and you pay the price for it.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
So
No, that's correct, Douglas. Absolutely.
yeah,
Yes.
and
But yeah, so yeah, as you said, yeah, it's such a precarious job that I'm in. It can be very detrimental and compromising to my
so
life. But I'm
so
just attuned and aware of my surroundings.
understood. So I predict that
Yeah.
maybe in a few weeks, I'll send you something in the email. You
Yeah.
might get
Thank
some
you.
other stuff in the email that's a bit more like normal, but I'm trying to send you what I was writing on Taya and the other things about it.
Yeah. Much appreciated.
Beyond
Yeah.
Taya, I'll send that to you. And so have you had any opportunity to do research on your own? I'm just curious, or look things
Oh
up.
yeah, loads, Douglas.
Okay.
Actually, and the reason, yeah, once I'm, because at the moment I'm doing like multiple things at once. I'm talking whilst being aware of my surroundings, and
Of
I'm going
course.
to avoid the main
Thank
road here.
Thank
I'm
God for
going to
that. No,
divert.
you have no idea how
Yes.
important it is that you're security conscious and just conscious of your own
Yes.
safety, because
Yes.
it's
Yeah, it was like that time. I will recap. I'll remind people who don't know or haven't listened for myself for the last few years. But going back a few years ago, I was on the phone working at a pole, and then this girl and boy drove past me, and they threw something right at me from the car. And so like I'm just aware of like anything could happen, and that was just completely like unprecedented. that action.
Yeah.
I was like, it was unprovoked. I was like, what the hell was going on there? Someone just lobbed, could have been anything.
Yeah, it's the insanity of people who feel like they can get away with it. I want people to know that
Yes.
George's response, was to film them as
I
they
pulled out my
were. Yeah.
phone, yes.
And-
Yes, because
and-
I had my phone in my hand. Yeah, that's correct, Douglas. Yes, thank you. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and that hopefully got to them. Hopefully they saw that, and
Yes.
the girl hopefully hopefully castrated the son of the bitch she was in the car with.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes. Exactly.
but he like saw an opportunity, just like, oh, this is fun, and it was just this case of random violence. That
Yes.
yeah, but always
To
take it.
impress this girl. Yeah, to
Yeah.
impress this girl. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly,
and
yeah.
hopefully he gave her exactly the wrong impression. But
Yes, yes.
because of that, you've got to be security conscious, and anything can happen at
Yeah.
any time. Yes, that's the way to think.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the whole point of this, Douglas, the reason why I said it, so like because there's so many things I do want to speak about on the show, and to make yourself and the listeners aware of. I've had you'll be very proud of me actually, because
Well, I always am.
we've had VE Day. We've had VE Day obviously come to pass, and of course there was a lot of people on like my social media feed, just commemorating that date as a victory. And of course I had to respond with a lengthy post, which of course I had no response to, because there is no response to fact.
Well,
Yes.
that's such a good thing. There's no response.
is.
That's a good
People
thing, because
making
it
it-
shows
yes.
they have nothing to say.
To say. No,
They can't
exactly.
say anything against it. Yeah.
No, Douglas. And the other day, because I will read them out, I will come on when I sat down and I'm talking,
Yeah.
I will read the post out to you. So yeah, you'll be very proud. But also it just is a display of a demonstration of what I know as of knowledge. So yeah, that's why it's so important. But the other thing was the other day, there was a post about Japanese atrocities committed during the Chinese Civil War. The Sino-Japanese War.
Yeah, to be specific,
during
if
World
you're
War
talking about World War II, it would be the
Exactly.
second Sino-Japanese War. Is what it
second
Oh
would
one,
be called.
yes.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yes, and this I presented the fact that because they were talking about war crimes, and a lot of the generals that were expedited for war crimes after proactive prosecution of hostilities, and I mentioned the fact that Emperor Hirohito escaped that which contradicts unconditional surrender. And I had one guy respond to that saying, "Oh no, the reason why they kept Hirohito alive is because he was the emperor. He was of royal status." Can you imagine if they executed a man of a royal household, and what message that will portray to the world? And I wrote a lengthy message, a response to that, which in the end, the result of that, Douglas, was the guy simply blocked me. And I actually challenged and requested his response to my response, which I will read out. It's quite lengthy, but I brought up the fact that Emperor Hirohito was working with biocidal weapons. Yes. And they were deploying them in China. And yes. He had a General Ishishiro, yes. With the second name preceding in Japan. I brought up the fact that he was not trialed and executed. That's right. And yes, right. And you will, yes, and I will read it out because I go into that quite lengthily of what I know, what I've learned from yourself. So that's something I want to come on and speak about, but also about VE Day. And
yes, absolutely, yes. And I welcome that.
We will talk about that.
I do want you to know that, like, if you go back to the date of my episode on VE Day, I did address it, and the date thereafter.
You did, and so I really wanted to join you, Douglas. Yeah. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did check in, and I was like, I did, obviously put the thumbs up. Yeah. So I've been doing that every time that you come on.
But, bless you.
Yes, even though I'm not there, I can't join. But yeah, now thankfully I can in the future, Douglas.
Oh, good. And yes. That's so important. And also, just another point to bring up with these people. Obviously, there's so many points to bring up, and again, they're really for the book. But Shiro Ishii, of course, was someone who, or as more correctly, George Knight said, Ishishiro, when you put the surname or the family name first. By the way, that was the subconscious way of expressing the second name first. Actually, the family name is, of course, the primary name. So even in Europe, we should be using it first. It's really strange we don't in European custom because, the English also have a large amount of status and reputation has to do with your family. So, it's actually strange we don't put the surname first in especially British society, but such being what it is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to actually, sorry, Douglas. I was actually going to interject because the company I work for uses the surname first.
Excellent.
It goes Knight George, so the company recognised that, So I just want to just share that with you because that's important, but it's not... Society doesn't use it. The society doesn't use it.
But that's so important. That thank you. That's an important point to be made. So that they recognize that. And but in terms of when it came to Ishishiro, he was someone who owned the Green Cross pharmaceutical company, which, of course, just so people know, the Green Cross.
He overran it.
Yes. And so the for people to know when, quote unquote, the Americans and the Japanese met when the war was coming to ceasefire, and all the Japanese military had to rendezvous with the Americans at certain points. Because they were still under wartime conditions and the Americans didn't want to shoot down Japanese planes by accident, they said, well, we're going to assume any Japanese that is still under the national colors, what the Americans called the meatball, which was in Japan, of course, the rising sun, the Mon. It was called the Mon. MON, which was their roundel. If they were under the Japanese roundel, the Americans would assume they were hostile, so the Japanese had to come in under a different symbol. And all the Japanese that were intentionally rendezvousing with the Americans, coming into points where they could be, where the Americans would open fire if they didn't recognize them otherwise, they replaced the roundel with a green cross. So all the Japanese, that this was indicative of the power of the biological weapons and the power of Ishishiro and the incredible impact of biological weapons on America being brought to the peace talks, the peace table, was because the Green Cross was taken as, well, that's a symbol that'll show that we're forced into peace negotiations. For the Americans to recognize that symbol was basically a surrender to the Japanese biological warfare capabilities. And people can find photographic evidence of this. The photographs exist.
Vetted. Vetted. I think that's why this guy, he had no response to it anymore. And he did exchange a dialogue with me twice, and then all of a sudden I can't review his messages because he obviously
blocked
deleted them and he
what's
blocked
so
me.
bizarre is
I screenshotted my response to him.
yeah.
Sorry, Douglas. Yes.
Oh no, don't be sorry. No, it's important. We'll be hearing you read that everything that you wrote in our next episode, hopefully on Wednesday. But what I can't understand is how these people just shut down. They just like it's like. Why do they shut down? I don't understand. Why is this so threatening to them? Exactly. But it all comes down to, even Brendan Zoget said he had this one friend who has heard about me and knows about me, but he says, but his friend can't accept that America lost the war to the Japanese because somehow that impedes his ego. Yeah, it's like their ego is married to this certain identity. And it goes to show that Britain and America, like the Russians, their identity is lost to this. And the insanity is, I still find on YouTube, of course, just all these videos where they'll say, the Russians invaded Manchuria. This is what caused the Japanese to surrender, not the atomic bomb. That's becoming the revisionist thing now. And the only thing you can say to that quite easily is, the Americans have a VE Day, the British have a VE Day, the Russians have a VE Day, but only the Americans and the British have what they used to call a VJ Day. They had to stop that because the Japanese made them stop. The Americans then took to calling it VP Day, or Victory in the Pacific Day, because they could no longer say Victory in Japan. And believe me, anybody who doesn't know, the Americans had to make that official change. That is true. So that's on record. But then beyond that, the Russians have no VJ Day. The Russians have no Victory in the Pacific Day because they're still at war with Japan. How can they claim the Japanese quote-unquote surrendered because the Russians invaded Manchuria, but they're still legally at war? To the point where Putin's original plan was he was going to attack Japan, not Ukraine, which I've sent you details about that before.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Much appreciated.
All of this
easily vetted.
All of this can be brought up, but it's so much. It's just overwhelming to people, and they just shut down. They just shut down and say, I can't take it. And the fact that, of course, when he brings up, they couldn't execute him because he's royalty, and say, not only that, he was also British royalty in the sense that he's a field marshal.
That's what I brought up, Douglas, which I'll read out.
He must have shut down at that. He must have shut down at that. Oh my God. Knight of the Garter. He's a samurai. Knight of the Garter. For God's sakes.
He was the Order of the Guy. He was he was a recognised knight of the royal heritage of Britain. So yes, it goes to show that the ignorance of people, they don't understand, they don't know anything. And you point that out. And he visited England way before World War II even came to a cessation. He visited England and. He was Field Marshal in the British Army. He was the highest ranking officer in the British Army, and people don't know that. And then I pointed out with VE Day, with the whole, Winston Churchill, he was voted out of office before the atomic bombs had even
yes, indeed. Yeah, that was one of the things.
And that shuts people down. Yes, because I brought up the fact that on the May 8th, when, we celebrate, but the British were celebrating on May 7th after the surrender in Reims, France by Alfred Jodl. You had the King and Queen, along with Princess Margaret and Princess Elizabeth on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, celebrating, waving to the crowds. And then you had Winston Churchill on the radio broadcasting that we're going to invade Japan. I promise, blood, sweat, tears, and turmoil. And then he was voted out of office by all those servicemen overseas when they returned their votes in those ballots. And it was counted, and he was voted out of office in a landslide. And it was appointed to... I mentioned all of that, Douglas, and there's no response.
That was hard.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt died before Hitler was supposedly announced dead by the Soviets.
Yes,
and then
they had a party. Just to show you the difference between the Japanese and German cultures, the Japanese sent condolences when Roosevelt died, but the Germans had a party. Hitler and Goebbels and all the rest held a party in the bunker.
In a beer bunker, yes.
Yeah, there were no condolences sent from them. That was that accomplished one of the, and actually this is not time stamped, but it was something that I was bringing up with our man Brendan Zogit was the fact that there were
Yes.
three things that the Germans needed, and in terms of the Germans could have actually defeated the Soviets if the Allies on the West had just been withdrawn from the West. And so, in order to accomplish this end, and people don't understand that. They don't understand that Russian industry, even though it got mobilized and the Russians were producing, that all of this was essentially impossible without the U.S. oil, without the U.S. trucks, without the U.S. supplies of munitions. I mean, the Russian industry really didn't mean shit. So if the Americans had withheld all of those supplies, Russia would have been able to, it would not have been able to advance. And therefore, the Germans would have stopped the Russian war machine. Not to mention their numbers were bled out, etc. As I pointed out, when they invaded Manchuria, it was the cavalry from World War One, the old World War One veterans waving sabers. You know, I've gone into. By the way,
Exactly.
but the point that I was making was that one of the three things that Germany needed to maintain itself on the surface world, to stop the Soviets and maintain itself on the surface world, it was three things. Was one, to end the bombing campaign, and the other was to, of course, stop the American support of the Soviet Union, or the Allied support of the Soviet Union, and the other was to get rid of Roosevelt, who was insisting on unconditional surrender. And they did that. They actually succeeded in that. That's one of the three pillars of that stool of stability, was Roosevelt basically being taken out. And so when he was taken out, that went a long way towards ending the war in a very real sense. And effectively it ended very shortly after that. So, I mean, without Roosevelt's support, Churchill, that was one of the factors in Churchill losing, was, nobody saw Harry Truman as giving Churchill the kind of support that Roosevelt did. So, but all that being said, I'm definitely glad you were able to check in with us. How many minutes do you have left? How many minutes?
Oh, I will slowly start to depart, Douglas, to say my goodbyes. But thank you so much for having me on, and I'll look forward to I will come on Wednesday show, and sorry, the reason why, because I'm used to saying Thursday my time, but of course the listeners will come in and join on Wednesday. Yeah,
Wednesday our time.
Transitions into
Can you spare? It's 4:55. Basically, we got 5 minutes until we reach the 5th hour of this program. It's like 10:56 p.m. over here. Can you stay for about 5 more minutes talking to Aristides while I take a short break?
Oh, yeah, of course, Douglas.
Oh, okay, great.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
I want to take advantage of your being here to do that. Oh, we got good numbers. So, Aristides, could you speak with George and I for about 5 minutes? I'll be right back. About 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
about 5. Yeah, I can give you 5 minutes.
Thank you. And you can tell. There's a link. I don't know if you saw the other link I sent, George. It was about the German army sending troops to Estonia for permanent basing for the first time since World War II, not just an operation, but permanent basing. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course, Douglas. Thank you. Take your time. Yes. Hello, Aristides. Yes. How are you?
Oh, hello.
How's everything your end? Yes. And thank you for sorting everything out from that. Yeah. From the. Yeah, was it May 4th when literally May 4th? May the 4th be with you when they stopped the Skype. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for the transition.
It's been a journey.
Been a journey, yes. But thank you for making sure everything operates. Fully, yes. That's much appreciated. But so yes, I was going to say, how's everything your end? What have I missed out on? What have I? Yeah, is there anything
Here? I mean, a lot of it's just been dealing with that, and keeping up with the people who have kept up with us.
Yes.
Holly has been on a lot, and she's great.
That's great. Yes. Just keeping the show going, keeping the show rolling. And has Nemo been able to join us? I know he's active in the chat, but it's been a
not
long
too
time
much
since
on
I spoke to
the
him.
voice lately. There was a time not too long ago, but
yes, I know.
not
I
too much.
did. I tuned into that episode where I think they were addressing some of the it was with T-Tank Barry. There was a interaction with that. I think I've come on to respond to it as well. But that's good, Aristides. I'm just glad to speak to you. And how's work going your end? Yes, because you're.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
Yeah, how's the industry? Is it booming still? Is it thriving, or is it?
Well, where I'm at, it's there are some funding cuts. It's associated with I guess all the cuts that like Trump and them and the gang have been doing.
Oh yes, of course.
The I guess ultimately like Doji stuff.
Yes,
they're just slashing things.
Yeah, just slashing cuts and increasing tariffs all over the world. And he was actually, I read a little article yesterday of Trump responding to the British income. He was surprised about what's considered a good wage. And it was a little bit like, wow, in the United States, if the equivalent of the pound sterling to the United States dollar, he said this is like classed as poverty over there. And hence why when I saw the link that Douglas said about, there's a wave of American immigration to the United Kingdom or to Britain, I was like, well, I'm not surprised because they consider it's just the pound sterling goes further than the US dollar does.
I hadn't heard of that, but I'm sure there's probably a certain segment or demographic. I mean, maybe the trend is up indeed.
No, absolutely. But it's all the repercussions of what we have to endure with President Donald Trump. Yes. Has Brendan been with us this evening? I've not got
my understanding was he's going to be away for a couple of weeks. He might still be mostly away. I think when he is able to be president, he will, because he's usually pretty
active,
reliable about that. Yeah.
Yes, and obviously he has a lot to share about everything as well. If you speak to him before me, please share my regards, and I've asked about him, and I hope that he's well and everything. And then just to hopefully I'll catch up with a lot of people who I haven't had any chance to contact in a little while. Is Brooke still with us? Is there
not? She has not been coming on.
No,
limited contact. She did comment on. A couple episodes ago, left a comment, and as Doug said, it's like, well, hey, at least that's a sign she's alive. So,
that's a good thing. Good sign.
If there's any other recent interactions, that would be a good question for him.
Yes, no, thank you. Just hopefully that she'll be able to sever with that individual that was occupying her space. So hopefully I just hope that she's all right. So no, hopefully she hears this, and then she hears my regards. But Aristides, it's great to talk to you, as which you're such a prominent figure in the. Sorry, I just had an incoming message. I just have to read.
That's all right.
No worries. You're such a prevalent member of under Douglas. So
I mean, I've just been trying to help out to run the calls. Honestly, I haven't been too talkative lately. But...
Yes. No, you're doing a wonderful job. Because you're the executive producer, aren't you? Is that still the title?
I suppose. Yeah.
Yes, which is great. Which is fantastic. God, I just remember it reminisces of the old days when we've had so many individuals, like that Pavel Edward, acting as it. He was awful. At least, you're professional. So I just wanted to give you a compliment on that, and just, praise you for that.
But it can get tough when the industry changes. You know that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully, because basically I'm just I'm attending the. I'm actually at the gym now. I've arrived, so I will be going shortly. As soon as Douglas arrives back, I will be departing. But I really appreciate you having me on, Aristides. I'll look forward to coming on.
So you should be okay now to join with the teams.
Yes, absolutely. No, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions about it.
I'm pretty sure
I have used it for a little while for the last few years.
Okay.
It's how we communicate.
Now that you're here, I think now that you're here, I think you can figure it out.
Yes, because I think it operates similarly to with Skype. The interface is just slightly different. That's all. But you do team sharing. You can have group chats, everyone can come on and speak simultaneously, similar to Skype. So I'm used to it. I'm more used to Teams than I am with Skype.
Right.
But I got used to Skype every time I came on. But I should be all right. And I'm receiving notifications, which is the main thing. which was the thing I was looking forward
Okay.
to, because before I had to, I couldn't have Skype on any other device, but it was only on my tablet, but I was not always, it wasn't always there with me present at any given time, and I had to connect to the local Wi-Fi in order to get on the internet. But at least with my mobile, I can actually it's there with me at all times. So
Yeah.
I should be able to catch up with everything soon as notifications come in. But no, thank you, Steve. And and what's I was going to say, like just a mundane general question, but how's the weather where you are?
Oh.
Because here it's sunny.
It's
lovely.
luckily it's still spring. Summer's coming.
Yes,
Yeah.
looking forward to it. Yes. So do you have any holidays or anything coming up, or any plans for any?
I don't have big plans. It is the Memorial Day here.
Yes. Yeah. So that would be a big celebration over there. Yeah. So
For some. Probably mostly people barbecuing and not realizing that Grandpa fought for the wrong war, but
Yes, you got yeah. Yeah, much appreciated.
Yeah,
Steve.
you know how it goes.
Yes, no, absolutely. I was just checking. So does it pop up that someone's on mute? Do you know on Teams? Does it pop up? So if I click on mute,
You just went on mute. It sounded like.
Perfect. No, I just wanted to check on that. Yes, that's the same, isn't it? I'm used to it, but usually I join calls and then I leave. I don't really do anything else. You can raise hands on this as well, so you can throw up emojis, gifts, and all that.
I want to thank you so much for that. I'm sorry. I had to take a phone call from my son because tomorrow I'm going back to the States early. And so, thank
Not
you.
at all, Douglas.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, much appreciated, Douglas.
Well, thank you. And by the way, so one of the things I was trying to tell Holly, who is she's all concerned about the new arms race, when I told her she should be overjoyed that there's a rearmament in Europe and that this is not harmful to the environment, even though I pointed out that certainly a lot of military testing has been harmful to the environment, both in the United States and the United Kingdom. They've devastated local populations near their firing ranges because of all the depleted uranium, leading to clusters of childhood leukemia and the like. And but such being said, my point is that when she says that, in the 21st century, it's the usual kind of hippie argument, in the 21st century and we're still deciding things by force. It's like, well, that's just a natural part of the human condition. And
exactly,
I was going to bring up an example, but I got all distracted by something. But you and I will talk about this very much in depth on Wednesday. And
we can.
Talk about the fact that it's you have no idea how positive this is, that everyone is remilitarizing in Europe and in Japan in particular, because yes, there is a threat that needs to be met.
It's what we It is just what we've been advocating for such a long time, Douglas.
Yes. That was the other thing. That was it. I wanted to show you something. Let me see if I can find that right now before you go.
Yes.
I'll put it into your message box later.
Thank you.
And what it is was that it's a rather misleading title. They're talking about basically mega projects that are white elephants. Basically, obviously, a lot of the Arab indulgences in the line, like NEOM, have far more sinister applications than they're promoting. But when it comes to the city in Cairo, which, by the way, has never been named, people can look this up. They simply call it the new administrative capital outside of Cairo. But they will not apply any official name to it. Also, I want people to understand that one of the things they're building, which shows everything I'm saying about a future British relocation there to be true, is they're building the largest Christian church in Africa in that city. And for what reason? Since it's an obviously majority, in fact, overwhelmingly Muslim population. But they're building the largest Christian church in Africa in that city. So this is something I'll send the link, and George will understand it immediately. But the implications speak for themselves. Obviously, the British are aware of a need for relocation. when the Gulf Stream shuts down. Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
we love you dearly, George, and
Yeah, I love you too, Douglas.
okay.
Yes, no, thank you for having me on. It's been great, yes. And I look forward to joining you on Wednesday. And take care of your seeders as well. Look after yourselves.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Bye for now, and stay safe and be well. And that's George Knight. And thank you so much, Aristides. Appreciate that profoundly. And we're going to try and last as long as I can tonight. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow, of course, that I am not really sure how much longer I can last before I just check out and just, go to sleep early so I make certain I get enough rest before tomorrow. But all such being said, one of the things I was going to bring up with Holly, we got distracted because I brought up the guy dying of colon cancer, and that threw us on a loop. But basically, I was going to point out when she said, "Oh, gee, 21st century, we're still, it's basically I can kick your ass, it makes me right mentality." But I was going to use Wakanda as an example. In the first Black Panther film, I said to my gang brother Beaver how ridiculous it was that Wakanda is conveyed as this incredibly technologically advanced society that is not just technologically advanced, but as a result, economically wealthy. I mean, it's basically what it is a black Taiwan. Taiwan is the closest thing you have to Wakanda in real life is Taiwan. The difference being that Taiwan, which is not recognized by the rest of the world and shunned politically an outcast, where the world refuses to recognize Taiwan, Taiwan is still economically and technologically dominant in the world. Economically dominant by virtue of its technological superiority. So Taiwan is the most technologically advanced nation on earth. It is ergo indispensable to the world economy. Wakanda portrays that, only there's the insanity in the Marvel Comics universe that it's not interacting with the world economy. It's supposed to have a incredible element, which is basically vibranium or their unattainable, whatever kind of adamantine or tantalum-like element that they have, they're not selling it, which doesn't make any sense, and therefore would not have any of the economic advantage that they are portrayed as having in the film. They're refusing to interact with the world around them, monopolizing a high technology element, and yet no one is able to replicate it. How conceivable can that be? Well, how can that conceivably be an advantage if you're not selling it, which would eliminate its ability to be replicated? But the reason it doesn't work is because basically it's inert. It's an element. It's not like what the Taiwanese are producing, which is an interactive component that nobody can replicate because nobody has the money to replicate it. In other words, Taiwan restructured its entire society around building microchips to the point where they've channeled their electricity grid, they've channeled all of their society's economy into the manufacturing of microchips, which is so expensive, so incredibly complicated, that unless your entire society is structured towards constructing it, you can't do it. And nobody else can afford to spend that money to do that. So as a result, no one else in the world can produce this level of high technology microchip. So, but they're selling the microchips. It doesn't matter that they sell them because other people simply cannot replicate them, because it doesn't matter even if they're ultimately replicable, nobody has the money to put into replicating the technology. So as a result, nobody can do what Taiwan does. That is not only conceivable, it's what's happening. But in Wakanda, their economy is based on a fantasy that they have an element no one else has, and they're not selling it, which somehow makes them be capable of being the most high technology nature. It's shit. It's just pure shit. The aesthetic is cool. It's all about Afrofuturism, which is kind of retro African cultural renaissance, and that's fine. That part is excellent. It's the most appealing part of the film. Its economics are not. But I thought just as ridiculous, and I relayed this to my gang brother Beaver, was in the end, the way that they acquire leadership is by trial by combat. So King Challa and his brother Killmonger, which is the stupidest fucking name that I can imagine. It is so stupid. Why they even kept it for the film is beyond me. It's one thing in the comics where it's already bad. In the films, it's idiotic. But Killmonger and Challa fight for leadership of basically who's going to be king of their country. And so I said, what? How incredibly stupid. And while I'm talking about this to my gang brother Beaver, he points out, well, our system of electing our leadership has proven no better and brought in to power effectively Donald John Trump, who is simply the white Killmonger. That's almost an insult to Killmonger, the character, really. But our system, with all its checks and balances, was broken. And it brought in a man who broke the presidency effectively forever. So we have a system that has completely and utterly failed. Our system really is no better than trial by combat. In other words, what Beaver convinced me of, quite logically, was yes, we may as well have a fight for election in the same sense as Wakanda, where we simply let two men go at each other until one kills the other and take the leader. Do I advocate that? Of course not. But I do accept the fact that my gang brother Beaver convinced me of. It's certainly no worse than what we've got now, which is pure raw shit. It brought in a literal turd into the fucking White House. And that shows that force majeure is, when it comes to nations and ultimately imposing one's will, well, unfortunately, that's just the way it's done. And so while, Our Lady Holly might say, oh, how ridiculous that this is still what it takes, it unfortunately is the way it works. And when we say Japan won World War II, it was by dint of the threat of greater force projection of biological weapons. When we say that Germany effectively won the war in oh so many ways, forcing the Allies into reparations while it relocated, the Nazis relocated their government and established a breakaway civilization. All of this is testament to the power of waging war effectively, and indeed it is something that resulted in the world as we know it. Only the majority of you don't know it. The majority of you don't know Japan won World War II. The majority of you do not know there is a breakaway civilization of the Third Reich, even though many people suspect it. And as a result, all I can say is that that's why, in order to move ahead, you have to know about the past. I mean, know about the true past, the real past. And that's what I'm here to teach you. And I'm here to, of course, bring you into the future with solutions to all the problems you're suffering now. But one of the solutions is you've got to find out what really happened. And when it comes to war, and the war that we're going to have with the Communist Chinese, the Russians, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, and Israel as their primary nexus, Trump is alienating Israel. So those of you who thought it would be impossible that Israel would be an enemy of the United States, that looks less and less impossible every day. I'll tell everybody something that, I love you all who support myself. We're going to need more support. We've gotten some support tonight. I haven't had a moment to check in my wallet, count exactly what's there, and add that to what's exactly in the accounts now. I'll have those numbers ready by Wednesday. I want you all to know we'll be back on Wednesday. I'm ending the show very early tonight because of what I need to do tomorrow. I want to rest up for it, make certain I get enough rest so that I can enjoy Dracula Day in its entirety on Memorial Day. Memorial Day is far more secondary to myself, other than the respects I pay to my father, but I pay my respects to my father on his birthday, on his death day, and on Father's Day. Memorial Day almost, how would I say it, cheapens my respect for my father personally as a father, because it's more of a memorial for servicemen who died in combat, which fortunately my father never did. It can be counted as a memorial for soldiers who did not die in combat, but really, that's more Veterans Day. Veterans Day is for veterans living and dead, really. Memorial Day, I tend to define as men who died in combat. And I'm so fortunate my father did not. And but I will say that, with all due respect, of course, we've been exposing the negative aspects of the United States military for eternity by now. I noticed that when I looked up Memorial Day online with the Blood Boys, that on the search engine of at least Mozilla Firefox, my search engine, and it probably was the case with Google as well, that red poppies kept coming up. And the red poppies are generally used by the British for their Remembrance Day. If the Americans are picking up that hobby, that's fine, that's great. And I appreciate that, but it was strange to see it. It's just never been affiliated, to my knowledge, with American Memorial Day before. So it's like there's a greater sense of transatlantic transfusion of cultural identity in one sense, but it's yet America and Britain have never been, never has the ocean between them been wider than now under Donald John Trump. And of course, we can go on about that for hours. Maybe I should try and go at it for another hour. I feel somewhat guilty about leaving at the 5 hour 20-minute mark. But honestly, it's like, if I get involved with starting onto one trend of narrative, I like to, carry it on. I like to make sure that I carry it to a conclusion. And I'm not quite sure if I have the attention span to do that tonight with the kind of overstimulation that I have in anticipation of tomorrow. So I might save that for Wednesday. We can hope that George will join us on Wednesday as well. But we will, okay, let me see. How about some input from the listeners? Do you want me to try and give it a try for another hour or half an hour or a few minutes? Let me know. Say, come on, we want you to continue with this. We want you to go on with it. And I'll do so. By the way, it's very late where Aristides is at. I want to thank him so much for his joining us and helping to hold the line while I dealt with that phone call. And yeah, a lot of this could not happen without him. So, all such being said, I'll wait to see if a response comes up. If not, I'll just kind of like do a mental coin toss, see if I'll go back into it or not. I can, of course, complete my thoughts, at least, on Groenland in the most immediate sense. Basically, when, how would I express this? Again, my anticipation for tomorrow is making it harder for me to focus my thoughts in the normal coherent manner that I do, a kind of trance-like fugé state. At any rate, when then United States President Donald Trump offered to buy Groenland back in 2019, the world thought, or hoped, he was kidding. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, a former Danish prime minister, tweeted, "It must be an April Fool's Day joke, but totally out of season." Now, the current Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen's response was, "Grönland is not for sale. That's a little blunter. But Trump's proposal could also be seen as a strategic maneuver if one overlooks the fact that Grönland isn't actually on the market. It's an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark that is currently home to the world's largest undeveloped deposits of rare earth minerals, critical resources that the United States needs to build everything, from iPhones to missiles, and for which it is almost entirely dependent on communist China on the Asian mainland. Thus, or ergo, a new plan for Grönland. Right now, Grönland is watched over by the United States European Command, which is acronymized as EUCOM, EUCOM. U.S. European Command, but with the Europeans in the forefront because it's Danish fucking territory. So it's EUCOM, which they could still keep the name when the European Union takes over the responsibility completely, because then it's EUCOM, or European Union Command. Get it? Which takes care of the United States military matters in Europe. See, in the immediate aftermath of the prosecution of proactive hostilities on the surface world in Europe, SACEUR was Strategic Allied Command Europe. SACEUR. SACEUR. That was spelled close enough to saucer, where they oftentimes unofficially had a little flying saucer as their symbol, which of course was representative of the Sheepkrieg, or the Disc War, the war against the Third Reich gone breakaway. Remind me to talk to George Knight about that on Wednesday. SACEUR officially no longer exists, but EUCOM reminds me of that situation. However, officials are considering shifting the duty of EUCOM to the NORTHCOM, which is the Northern Command of the United States. United States Northern Command, acronymous again as NORTHCOM, which handles defense issues closer to home and is responsible for safeguarding the United States itself. In other words, the Pentagon is disaffiliating from its European allies already. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation in terms of what I've just said. In other words, they're not only shifting the defense of the United States closer to U.S. borders, they are effectively, by doing this, unilaterally claiming that Grönland is part of North America. Some claim this transition makes sense because Grönland, in the ignorance of very poor geographers, there are propagandists that claim that Grönland is on the continent of North America. That's a line of shit, because I've always argued cartographically and geographically, Grönland is its own continent, at the very least a subcontinent in the sense of Asian India. India is a subcontinent, and Grönland deserves at least that status, if not full continental status, because that's how fucking big Grönland is. And, of course, to say that, it's just capriciously part of North America because it's nearby, that's like the Russians claiming all of Europe is a subcontinent of Eurasia, which is true, and then saying that makes it part of Russia, which it's not. See the seriousness of what I'm saying? Geographically speaking, Grönland is closer to North America, even though it is a part of the Kingdom of Denmark and has a more Europeanized culture. This fact contributes to the rationale for the Pentagon's suggested change in order to apparently acclimate the people of Greenland to think of themselves as American more than European. It is pretty gnarly, I'd say nasty. It's a really brazen, gormless, shameless attempt to appropriate an entire fucking piece, a good chunk of real estate. Transferring responsibility for Greenland to Northcom is not a novel notion. Some talks of this began before the current misadministration returned to power. However, recent discussions within the Pentagon have brought the topic back into the spotlight, especially after statements about how important Greenland is to American imperial security. The Pentagon is now actively weighing the strategic and political implications of moving Greenland under the command that oversees Homeland Defense, highlighting the increasing attention on the territory's role in national security. United States Northern Command usually focuses on defending American territory, such as the borders and surrounding waters. Greenland, with its northern position and very large size, could be seen as a key location for watching over the Arctic and spotting any threats approaching North America. That's one reason the Pentagon is rethinking which military command should manage Greenland. But this brings up security concerns and tensions everywhere else. One reason officials are being careful about this change is because of past statements that Greenland is something the United States needs. The idea of possibly trying to gain control over Greenland by force has been mentioned in interviews. Although it was not directly promised, it was also has never been ruled out. Statements like these have caused concern not just within our United States government, but also among officials in Denmark and Greenland itself. Greenland is a self-governing territory, but Denmark still plays an important role in its affairs, including defense and foreign policy. The potential shift to Northcom, currently under review by the Pentagon, symbolically separates Greenland from Denmark in military terms, while Denmark would still be under EUCOM. Some officials worry that this sends the wrong message, one that makes it look all too obvious that the United States sees Greenland as no longer linked to Denmark. This, of course, can only lead to friction between nominally friendly countries. Despite this, supporters within the Pentagon believe the maneuver will give Greenland the attention it needs. Even though there's already a United States military base in Greenland, some say it doesn't get the focus it deserves from EUCOM. That's partly because EUCOM is based in Central Europe, far from Greenland's icy coastlines. Supporters also point to national security reasons. Greenland is located in a very strategic position, especially when it comes to the Arctic. The United States and other countries like the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, other powers like the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, we should just say the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, are all interested in this area because of its natural resources and its importance for military defense. An official document from the Pentagon and a United States intelligence report mentioned Greenland several times when talking about threats from other countries trying to gain influence in the Arctic. With this in mind, the Pentagon continues to evaluate the implications of placing Greenland under the authority of the United States Northern Command. We'll get back to this on Wednesday. In fact, we'll probably lead with this, and that would be a good way to get into the night. And with that, Sheila Gavin says, greetings, dearest Douglas, sending you positive vibes. Oh, thank you so much, honey. I love you dearly, beyond expression. Love you, honey. And matter of fact, let me express that, and then we can call it a night for tonight. Okay, love you, Sheila. There we are. And okay, let's call it a night early tonight. We're going to be doing a long haul on Wednesday, more than likely. By that time, I'll be finished with so much. And with all that I have to do tomorrow, I'll make certain I get the rest I need. We did quite a bit of fundraising tonight, and I'll never be able to thank the contributors enough. We look forward to more fundraising on Wednesday, and try and get us another $100 tonight from whoever's out there listening who can afford to do so. Half $100 to $100 United States dollars. Everything's desperately needed before the end of the month. Wednesday will be the last time I'll be able to fundraise. At any rate, my love to all who support myself. Kisses to Sheila Gavin, and to everyone out there, including Heather Holman, if you're listening, or Vin. Our best unto thee, and we will be back on Wednesday night. Same time, same place. All right. Okay. Look forward to seeing you all then. Until then, stay safe and be well.